also has or is holding on to his +1 point. He sees them, he sees Yadomi. However, they don't actually have the capacity to dish out anything. They don't actually have any suns outside of the homing missile, which takes too long to channel. And this anti-mage will be able to make it out. He has not skilled anything up, but will just take the blink and blink himself onto the high ground. And it is now nighttime, but it is going to be 3 bounty runes to go the way of Waska. They were able to take it towards the bot lane because AllStars went for this shaky kind of move, which didn't actually pan out in any kind of way. It's going to be Waska who come out ahead with 200 more gold going their way and 200 gold not being available for AllStars. So it's an overall 400 net worth swing when you consider the addition as well as a subtraction. And I was talking about the lack of stuns from Waska, but as it turns out, AllStars actually have an even bigger lack of stun, right? They only have the homing missile. It will come out against El Misho. He does have the Shadow Realm, but the question is, can he actually keep himself alive? Zasa doesn't have the barrage. It was the homing missile that stunned El Misho, and he is going to be doing just fine for himself. And it's not going to be the clockwork with the gyrocopter that I was expecting. They are choosing to play this defensive rather than offensive, and it will be feeling to join Zasa. Oh, actually, a bit of a clarification. It is Benjamin on the mid lane rather than it being feeling. Feeling is the support. I can't believe I missed that one. Apologies for that. But Willow once again dodging out the homing missile at the right time, using that Shadow Realm, and despite of the fact that Feeling's El Misho's courier was sniped, he should be doing just fine. And X will just be able to zone out these heroes. He will have plenty of mana to play with because there is no mana burner in this lane. Right, so this kind of a lane, when you have the Warlock with the Gyrocopter, I do think that Waska are the ones who will come out ahead. Zasa simply falling incredibly low, does have a 10-1 charges, so he can instantly heal about 150 HP on his Gyrocopter if he wants to, but wants to be holding it just to be able to accumulate more stick charges or 1 charges, perhaps try and outplay his opponents.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh. An engagement towards the top side, as it's not going to be anything, it's just a clockwork doing clockwork things. Towards the mid lane, Benjamin and the Earthshaker doing okay-ish, but it's actually Waska who are coming out ahead as far as the lost hits are concerned. And this is a bit concerning for the side of AllStars. They aren't able to make much happen. We saw their safe lane struggle quite a bit, and it's expected that the Benjamin's escape actually got blocked away, and he's going to take so much damage from Mago. And the Shadow Demon, because Benjamin didn't actually make his way towards the river, that's going to give Yadomi the space to actually teleport here. A nice disruption. Mago has the enchant on play, but one more will be enough to actually take away Benjamin, and it doesn't even seem like he wants to be using the enchant totem. He will just throw out the fissure. And did they actually give the space to Benjamin to survive here? Mago had the enchant totem to play with, but didn't actually want to commit to get Benjamin. I think a few mistakes coming around for both of these sides, as Waska missed their opportunity for that easy first blood. And AllStars, I mean, Benjamin's going to be more than happy with that, being given a new lease on life, so to say. Ooh. Feeling able to take away the rune from the Earthshaker, and the clockwork ASA was there to make sure that Yadomi had to take that rune, and so neither mid laners will actually grab that water rune. But now they've left Pike to fend for himself against the Night Stalker, right? He has the ability to burn away the void, so Bleske doesn't actually have the ability to shut it out, but he's going to be happy with that. 3 points in the Hunter of the Night passive, and Pike simply can't contest against this Night Stalker. He will kind of be forced to take the hits, and this is a lane where we do see that lost hit discrepancy, right? AllStars finding a nice recovery here. 23 lost hits for the Night Stalker and 18 lost hits for the Anti-Mage. Full creep wave and more of an advantage coming out. It's not going to be anything unpredicted, right? We did expect Pyke to be a bit behind in the lost hits, in the laning phase potential that he has against a hero that is just designed to win the lane. But so far, neither side actually being able to grab that first blood. Bristleback will be okay. Ooh, Blesskid, he's gonna eat at the disruption, and the clockwork isn't nearby, but you'll be able to go for the teleport out. There is no mana void. The only other ability in this lane that can stop it, Pyke, is 2 levels behind being able to acquire that, but being able to force out the teleport from Blesskid, I mean, that is a win, right? It is daytime, so this does mean that the Anti-Mage will be much stronger than the Night Stalker. There's a shield rune up top, as ASA will grab that one for himself. He will be disrupted, but Mago, I don't think he wants to make his entry on the clockwork. Even though the clockwork is just level 2, Benjamin is carefully keeping an eye on his ally, and he will not give the clockwork up without a fight. So far, though, we are approaching 7-minute shrine territory, right? Feeling will actually spot out the creeps there, but it's going to be a bit of a sacrifice for that intel coming in, and this will be first blood. There is no other way around it. Waska will grab it up on their Willow, or even on Mago as he throws out that Fisher, but no, it's Elmisho who grabs the first blood. ASA trying to find something in return, will come in, but will just eat the Echo Slam. And the maze to come out from Elmisho will keep Mago safe. Benjamin zaps forward, finds the Earthshaker, and will even be able to find the Willow. Benjamin gets the double kill in return for that slight overextension from Waska, but all in all, they were able to secure the 2 kills. And they got the first blood, right? So it is, I think it is a near even exchange, even though the gold goes in favor of the AllStars. The Storm Spirit, though, is the big winner out of all of that, right? Because he grabbed the experience as well as being able to grab the galvanized charges, and now we'll just head back to the base, regenerate up, and we'll be doing just fine. So far, we have hit these win condition timings over on the triangle. Your Domi will end up giving up his life. Don't think he expected that. I think he just wanted to plant down the sentry or observer. And over on the dire jungle, right, they are building up all of these stacks. A lot of heroes that can take these stacks. It's not just the Earthshaker who can go for the Echo Slam on those Ancients. It's also the Bristleback. So let's see who Waska prioritize here. Perhaps give it to Mago for that early Blink Dagger. Right now, they are prioritizing kills over that farm. And Mago will be able to pick Feeling's life up once again. However, Benjamin has different plans. Sapping up towards the high ground. Mago, with that Enchant Totem, doesn't have the stuns to control Benjamin. And that is going to be a killing spree being found before the storm. Maybe even one more kill. It will go the way of ASA. And this is looking dangerous for Waska. They are getting kills on supports through their Earthshaker, but they're giving up their lives to Benjamin. And we all know what the Storm can do in the late game. The Bristleback wants to be contesting this, but the stacks have already been taken. The Dark Ascension goes up, but the Night Stalker's not even here over on this side. He is still towards the top lane as Zaza and Benjamin are trying to find their exit out of this fight. Blesskid will fall to a solo, or rather, no, it's not a solo anti-mage. The Shadow Demon was there by his side, and over on this mid lane, or near the bot side Roshan pit, both teams will be disengaging. It is still, though, a win in favor of Waska's anti-mage. But at the same time, Benjamin gets what he wants. He got all of those stacks. And you see how much gold he got because he just was able to bring out a soul ring as well as the robe of the Magi and the Sage's Mask. So he's doing very well for himself. Oops, my chair is making crooked noises. Crooked noises? Zaza will need to be careful. El Misho is there, looking for the pick off, looking for the gank, will throw out the mazes. And the teleports are coming in though. The Warlock has the Shadow Ward available, and this means that Zaza may be safe. Will have the heal, but Pyke comes in with that blink. Doesn't have the mana void, but El Misho will grab the kill. And it's going to be 2 heroes that fall for the side of AllStars. Waska coming out big through this rotation. But it seems like AllStars wanted to make a rotation of their own, but a nice echo being found by Mago will be able to counter initiate, and they will even be able to find the kill. I don't think they can get Benjamin, but at the same time, let's get you. I don't think he can find the way in here. I think he just has to get back. Oh, but he still wants to be going for it, holding his silence just for now. Now throws out the crippling fear. However, it's an easy Fisher block being found by Mago. And this rotation from AllStars. Ooh. Perhaps Benjamin. He wants to be going back in. Will be finding it. He had a regeneration room, so he didn't need to go back to the fountain. And perhaps maybe even goes on towards Yodomi. Finds the Vortex. One more hit. Benjamin on a mega kill. And AllStars, they may have lost 2 of their heroes towards the bot lane, but they are making it work when they group up. And Pyke is here. Has the helm of the Dominator to be playing with. So it's not a standard Battle Fury build. Maybe he can do something. However, needs to be careful. Blesskid with that silence as well as the golem drop, and Pyke got out. No way to escape through that, and really needs to be careful. The silence coming in from this Night Stalker is just too much for Waska to contend with in the early game. Oh man, that was it's looking troublesome. It's looking troublesome indeed. You take a look at the net worth, and sure enough, it's Benjamin on that Storm Spirit who's doing so well for himself. And the Night Stalker is the least farmed core, but he's been making so much space with those crippling fear plays, able to make the nighttime work. And it's a full 3 more minutes for that nighttime, and it seems like Blesskid wants to be going in again. Activates that Dark Ascension, and Waska, unfortunately, they don't have much room to play with. The missile will clean the life of the Shadow Demon up, and El Misho will also be falling. The Fisher not to stun Blesskid. Mago may have made a target out of himself, but Blesskid can't actually stay within the perimeter of that tier 2 tower. Will just be getting back. This teleport won't be successful. X will be able to grab the kill, and he has too many stacks on ASA. The call down has to come out from Zaza, but Pyke comes in with that anti-mage, able to take out the Clockwork. They will be able to turn it around on AllStars as the Clockwork dies, and Zaza will also fall. Pyke will grab himself that double kill, but Waska did lose their mid laner. It is a bloodbath of an early game, but Pyke, he's looking for Benjamin, who has an arcane rune, so the Benjamin should be able to just get away here. The disruption will come out, but I don't think Benjamin will be in any kind of danger. Oh no, the Willow, the maze, it was found, but the anti-mage, he just got silenced. There's an Orchid on this Benjamin, and he will be able to find the kill. A wicked 6 streak, and sure enough, he will fall, but he was able to outplay El Misho, who was trying to get the sneaky jump on him, and ASA doesn't have the hookshot, won't even find El Misho inside of the cogs, but with AllStars in prime position here, they will be able to make quick work of that Willow. Mago revealing his Blink Dagger on towards the Blesskid, has the Echo Slam to play with, but it's an expensive spell to use for just 1 kill, and Blesswood will be granted the space to actually make quick work of Yodomi, but the neutral creeps were able to find the kill. Oh no, Mago caught out right now, throws out the Echo Slam, but he took his sweet time with this, and he can't get the Fisher off. The Battery Assault is just too much. Pyke now comes in for the 2nd time, and through that, they will be able to take the Clockwork down. Feeling will be the next target to fall. Or will he fall? A long range zap coming in from Benjamin with the Orchid. And it does mean that Waska will... Oh no, there is no disengagement for this game. There is only constantly going in again and again. El Misho this time finds the kill. The call down goes out though. Blesskid, does he actually want to be going for this? No, he will end up going back. And for the first time in this game, there's going to be a bit of a breather being had, but no, it's Benjamin with the Orchid on towards the Earthshaker. Won't be able to grab that kill and may end up paying with his life for this, but no, Dark Ascension is back online. Bleskid goes in, creating a lot of tempo for his team. The Bedlam comes out though. It will push out Bleskid, who's can't actually clean up the kill. And with X coming in, he has the Scepter on the Bristleback and will just throw out the Quills and grab the kill. Finally, a bit of breathing room. These teams really going all in for this first game. Clockwork has 2 of his items built up, and this is a support Clockwork, by the way. He will be able to make an Aghanim Scepter pretty soon in about 1,000 gold. Or, sorry, in about 1,600 gold. 1,800 gold. My maths is so bad, guys. In about 1,800 gold, this Clockwork will be able to make that Aghanim Scepter. He's thrown up for Benjamin.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Earth's bounty.
Radiant are scanning.
Warlock in danger. The Dark Willow goes in, but right now it's AllStars who have the tempo in this team fight. Almisho will throw out the Terrorize in a sheer desperate attempt to get away. He won't be allowed to, but it's over towards the backline. Pyke has to hold his ground and try and fight. There is very limited room he has, but Mago comes in with the Echo. They'll be able to clean up Benjamin. He will fall. Waska don't actually lose a single hero. Even the Willow was able to keep himself alive, and this is going to be a disaster for the AllStars, feeling to throw out that Golem, but it's not going to make the slightest bit of difference, as it's going to be the Bleskid to fall next. 4 heroes for AllStars to fall, and Waska plays that to perfection, able to hold their ground on the anti-mage. Almisho able to find the jukes, and they were able to find the kills too, with that nice Echo coming in to top it all off. 4,000 of a net worth advantage being built up by Waska, and some of their experience is definitely coming in. And the win condition, which was being met by the AllStars, is now going horribly. 5,000 of a net worth advantage over on the other side is looking tough, particularly for the Storm Spirit, who is going to be losing out once Pyke gets big on this anti-mage. Already has the Helm of the Dominator to be farming up. I'll have to hold that thought though, as I hear an Ascension, and so do Waska. Unfortunately, Almisho will be silenced. He will be sent to his death. And oh, do they want to go in? The Quills coming in from X, doing a whole lot of damage on Benjamin, but the Shadow Ward is there. Meanwhile, Bleskid looking for a target. He sees Mago. The fear is on cooldown, is now back up if he wants to be using it. X still holding these heroes in, may even be able to find the kill. Mago will be able to pick that one up for himself.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower towards the mid side is going to end up falling.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Waska right now, they are looking pretty strong. I mean, they've been able to hold on to both their bot side tier 1 tower. It's at full HP. And even their top side tower, which is pretty healthy at about 1200 HP. And Pyke now has a Battle Fury. It's not even a bad timing considering he went for the Helm of the Dom, right? The Dominator plus the Power Tres, and that makes this an average time Battle Fury considering the fact that he was against a Night Stalker of all heroes. So it's AllStars in a whole lot of trouble. It's very hard for them to fight in that late game considering the start that Waska have had. Their Gyrocopter, because he was present in so many of these kills. Ooh, Mago actually ended up falling towards Benjamin's position. But it's a whole lot of tower pressure that Waska are finding. But coming back to the point, Zasa, he doesn't have as much farm because he did spend a lot of time grouping up with his team. However, right now, it's his team that is in danger. ASA does fall. Benjamin comes in for the return, though. They'll be able to find El Micho at the very least. The Golem to actually cancel out the teleports. And Waska are in danger in this position. El Micho will finally fall, but there's no real way to actually take down X. He's just too strong on this bristleback. We'll throw out the quills as well, and Feeling will just drop down just like that. But now the call down comes out, and X doesn't have enough survivability to survive against that one. And they will be able to find the kill at least. Blessed Kid looking for the entry, still has plenty of duration to play with, but there is no follow-up, so he will have to go back. Meanwhile, the anti-mage is doing anti-mage things over on the top lane. The tier 2 tower is being pressurized, and AllStars, they are not bringing in any kind of defense. Benjamin will be making his way towards this position and goes in for the zap, finds the Orchid as well, but can Benjamin actually take this anti-mage down? It's gonna come down to the wire, and turns out Pyke, he couldn't hold the ground. He does have the mana void, but he still doesn't want to be throwing it out. Oh wow, he's going to go farm those creeps. Feeling does see him though. As Pyke is sticking around in this position, this may end up being troublesome. Zaza fell towards the other side of the map, towards the bot lane. Things are really not working out for the AllStars.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bot tower under pressure. I mean, there's only so many resources you can pool on these towers, right? Because AllStars heroes aren't individually strong, so they can't actually defend these positions that are being harassed one way or the other. Whether it's Pyke towards that top lane or it's X towards that bot lane, AllStars are getting hammered every other lane, and this lead is snowballing. Benjamin, sure, he has been able to farm, but it's not good enough right now against the odds that AllStars are faced up with. You will have a farmed up anti-mage. So at the end of it all, it's going to come down towards Zaza and what he can do on this gyrocopter. Whether or not he can be that difference maker, we will see. We've seen AllStars pull off miracles, but Blessed Kid, unfortunately, can't get out of that position. Against an amplified damage rune, that is, you're gonna need more than just a miracle to be able to make it out of that situation. Benjamin goes in for the zap, but El Nisho was predicting it. He will be able to just head on over into the Shadow Realm without being hit by that silence. Oh, Pyke, he found the Warlock, will throw out that stun as well. There is no real follow-up, so Feeling will be able to run away. Pyke's Manta style is coming. Right, and with this Manta style, there's that timing. Ooh, towards the bot lane, El Micho finally did end up going down. The call down comes out as well, and X, the question is, can he hold his position? No, he can't. He will have to give up his supports. At the same time, though, Mago is coming in. He doesn't actually have his Echo Slam, and Blessed Kid is looking for that Earthshaker towards the back line. He will be able to find him, and Mago is in trouble. Doesn't have any way to dispel that silence. He will fall, and now they will move on towards X. This bristleback stuck between 4 heroes. This will, and in the end, they will be able to overpower him and bring him down. AllStars, when they group up, they are able to destroy Waska. But they need to do this more consistently, or at the very least, they need to be able to transition this into some kind of an objective, because just getting kills is not good enough, particularly because there's no real way to take down Pyke anymore.
Looking good.
Flesh sustains, gold remains.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
El Micho able to push away AllStars just at the back of those blinks. ASA though, he's going to end up getting caught out. And with Pike coming in, this is going to be an easy kill to be found. Feeling will need to teleport away. He does do so. And now this anti-mage not going for that basher, which I expected. May have needed that additional lockdown. Oh, they see Benjamin! And the echo just too much damage. AllStars without their storm, they can't continue to fight here. Zasa doesn't have the BKB, and this is a very tricky situation. How will AllStars get out of this one? The golem gets dropped in. ASA goes in with the hook shot, and they found Pike. They'll be able to bring down the anti-mage and Waska. Despite of having the perfect entry onto Zasa this time around, they are the ones who are going to group up for AllStars to just wander on in throughout those counter initiations and use Zasa as the perfect bait. Is going to be Elmisho, the one in trouble. There is no hook shot, though ASA can't actually make his way in. The homing missile will stun up Elmisho, and there's going to be another homing missile that's coming in, but Elmisho will have the blink out available. Is probably not going to get hit by that homing missile, this homing missile either. Okay, he ends up getting hit by that homing missile. Chooses not to go in the shadow realm, but that's fine. And now with the ASA having the triple homing missiles available, it's going to give them plenty of information to play with. They have all sorts of information, but right now it's Waska who wanted to go in. Elmisho wasn't able to find the kill and is now incredibly vulnerable. Throws himself up into the air, but it's not going to make a difference as Benjamin zapped forward, wants to be taking down these support heroes. They will be able to find Domi too. The gyro activates the BKB, and sure enough, ASA gets traded out towards the side. Waska though, they need to be careful. Pike goes in with the anti-mage, but was unable to find the kill or the mana void. Benjamin activates that BKB in the nick of time, and Zasa ends up coming out ahead with a triple kill. The bristleback running back, and it's Waska who are in danger. Turns out that AllStars, with these BKBs, they do have the necessary power spikes to actually continue fighting against Waska. At the back of those outplays, right? Benjamin just came out with that BKB when he saw Pike blink in because he anticipated that mana void to be coming out because he was on such low mana. But just using that BKB, he absorbed the damage. And that's the problem of the anti-mage versus the storm, right? Towards the early to mid game, you aren't stronger than the storm. It's afterwards in the late game that you are able to overpower the storm. But you need a basher for it. You need some way to hold down the storm spirit. Otherwise, he's just going to be zapping all around. Has the BKB now to play with too. So how will Waska find the entry is going to be the big question. Benjamin got sent up into the ooze. He will be rooted, but I don't think they actually get this kill. The Bedlam is there as well. They're certainly trying, but Benjamin will just be able to zap away. I don't think that Waska were ever going to get that kill unless the Bristleback goes for an Orchid of his own, which he isn't going for. He is going to go for that BKB. They will have it now, as Mago will also be making his BKB. He should have it by the next few minutes. Zasa has a full Daedalus up, and things have changed, right? The big question, which was whether or not Zasa will be able to mount up enough damage against the anti-mage. We have the answer to that, and Pike doesn't have that big damage to counter out this Daedalus. Oh no. Yodomi gets caught out. This is going to be a simple kill being found by Benjamin. The Dark Ascension goes out for good measure too, because they really want to secure Roshan. And Bleskid will give them the information to be able to do so, and inside of the pit they go. The question is, does Spike want to be making some kind of a contest? But no, he just wants to continue farming up. It is going to be an Aegis that goes the way of AllStars. However, Waska they want to fight here. Yadomi goes for the buyback. Roshan is falling incredibly low. X is here, has the BKB to play with, and unfortunately wasn't able to grab that Aegis. Sasa will come out ahead, having cleaned up the bristleback. Yadomi butt back for this one. Pike trying to find some kind of a return, will be able to take down Feelings Life shortly. But I don't think he can make his way towards Zasa. However, Zasa is being chased down by all of these heroes, AllStars. They don't actually have the entry. The Sword Spirit fell down earlier. And maybe they can hold this bristleback through continued stuns. But Zasa is right now making his way out. Even throws out the call down. He will get hit by the Cursed Crown. Waska though. Oh. Will they be? They will be able to clean up the Aegis. But not much more than that as the return comes in. ASA in with the hookshot. They'll be able to find the one Willow and will also be able to find the dieback on Yadomi as this Shadow Demon can't exit.
Don't worry, not one piece of bristles shall I waste.
It's still a pretty much neck and neck even game. Despite of the odds, I mean, AllStars able to itemize, able to find the farm, and able to execute as well when they want to. Although Waska did a great job, even though it did cost them the 2 lives of their support, taking the Aegis down is, in my opinion, taking the Aegis down is a very worth it objective, right? Your supports will respawn, but you take away AllStar's ability to actually pressure your objective. And that's at the end of the day, that's what counts. Because the stronger Pike will be on this anti-mage, the more of a split push potential he will have. It's another echo. They found a big juicy target, and the Fisher will actually disable Blesskid from making his exit, and ASA will be the casualty in the midst of all of that. Waska, I have to give it to Mago. I mean, the echo slams in those positions just doing so well for himself. Benjamin. Sure enough, he'll activate his BKB. He tried to go for the Willow, but he won't be able to find it. Will at least find the zap away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Zasa now on his way for that satanic. Almeisho able to get off the Shadow Realm, and perhaps they have been able to bait Blesskid in. However, Benjamin goes in with the zap, able to find the Vortex, and the 2 supports from Waska, they're going to get cleaned up very quickly into this team fight. The Dark Ascension goes up from the Blesskid, and X may be able to frontline for a while, but the real target is Mago on that Earthshaker. As long as the Dark Ascension is up, they will be able to make, or rather have the information available on that Echo Slam, and they'll be able to find their entry in. Mago activates that BKB. They really want the Night Stalker, but are unable to find him. Pike. Ooh, Pike actually finds the perfect blink in. And now perhaps they make their entry. Zasa activates that BKB, just falls back for now. Bristleback is a bit isolated, but actually it's a Mago who Benjamin wanted to go in on.
Over here now. Bounty.
Benjamin finds the zap in, has the BKB to play with, will activate it, and a hook shot perfectly landing on Almeisho. But can they actually find the skill? Benjamin is too low, has the zap away. Now Pike taking so much damage, will be able to find the blink out. Mago still holding on to his Echo Slam as the Terrorize comes out, and AllStars are in a very tricky situation. They may end up eating the Echo Slam as he goes in. On towards the Gyrocopter, Zasa will end up falling alongside ASA, and AllStars, they were doing so well up to this point, but a botched team fight will give the advantage to Waska as they will head on over to that high ground. Benjamin will be able to clean up the creeps. The cliff will come out, and I think Waska are going to get pushed back, but I think they go back in.
Radiant's bottom tower.
There's no real threat stopping them. There is no buyback on that Gyrocopter, which means that it's going to be at least one barracks of an advantage to go the side of the Dire, to go the side of Waska, and they're looking pretty strong now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
This lead, which was just 1,000 or 2,000 in their advantage because of this entire team fight, they're now very far ahead.
Radiant's middle
Storm doesn't have that scepter. He has queued it up, but
Radiant's
isn't going to be able to make it in time. As Waska, they want to make their move on this second lane of barracks. X on that high ground, Assault Queers, Lotus Orb, and Ayuskadi on Pike. They can just find kills left, right, and center as ASA may be able to find his exit if Pike is feeling merciful, but it turns out the Bristleback wasn't. They'll be able to come out with two barracks as Bleskid tries to prevent this. Dasa will go in for the teleport, but they are playing without their supports, and you do need to be careful. They've already lost their mid-melee racks, as Spike will just be able to activate that Mantis style, turn things around on towards the Bleskid. Zasa uses the BKB, but things are looking troublesome for AllStars. Their Gyrocopter's BKB has ran out, and so will his life. Zasa to fall, and without a buyback available, this could just end up being game. As Waska may just decide to go for the tier 4s, but they won't even need it as Bleskid will throw out that GG call. AllStars call game number 1, and it will go in favor of Waska,
is under attack. Dire victory.
who, despite of being behind in the early game in terms of kills, it did seem like AllStars, Benjamin was able to mount up so much tempo, Bleskid was able to get so many kills, and even the Gyrocopter was doing so well. Everything was merging together nicely. You even had the Daedalus, but I think just that one botched team fight towards that Radiant jungle where AllStars were picked off one by one, weren't able to grab onto one single target on Waska, and just the fact that the anti-mage became too big. We didn't see a huge mana void this game, but the Echo Slams coming in from Mago were perfect each and every single time. Waska, they just simply kept themselves calm and composed and played with their Bristleback as their frontliner, found the Echo Slams, found the entry points towards whenever AllStars showed any signs of any kind of weakness, right? Waska were just simply too good at exploiting those minute chances that AllStars gave them, but that was just game number 1. I think AllStars have definitely showed us that they have the potential to mount up a comeback. Whether or not they'll be able to do that is another thing entirely. This is a best of 3. We have another best of 3 after this. But let's find out together if AllStars will be able to mount up a comeback, or if Waska, considering how strong they look, will just be able to clean sweep over AllStars. To find that out, though, we will be taking a bit of a short break, around 5 minutes, but we will be back for game number 2. Hey guys, and welcome back to the America's Convergence season number 2. We have resumed with the group stages and should have daily matches up until all the way until October, right? We will be running matches, 2 best of 3s, perhaps 1 best of 3, which will be tomorrow. But apart from that, 2 best of 3s every single day until the playoffs. We have around 45 best of 3s in total scheduled, and then we will have 10 best of 3 playoff matches, and the grand final will, of course, be a best of 5. The group stage is a single group round robin format, so I think the last 2 teams, the 9th and the 10th place position teams, will be eliminated, but then the rest of the 8 teams will be making it into the playoffs. The teams that do the best will be making it into the upper brackets. Some teams will be starting off in the lower brackets, but it is at the end of the day, you want to be making it into that 8th place position, right? Or I think the top 6 at least. So the top 6 will guarantee you a bit of a prize pool. It's a $16,000 prize pool. Goes a long way, particularly this is the point that I bring up in the Southeast Asian tournaments that I cost, in the South American tournaments that I cost. The prize pools here go a long way into supporting the scene, supporting these players who, pour their hearts into the game, to have the dream of one day making it to TI. Waska, though, they have some players who have already gone to TI, right? Pike, just a phenomenal carry player. We saw him play an unconventional carry in that last game, picking up that anti-mage, but was able to make it work. Looking forward to seeing what he picks up for this time around, as you do have that Nature's Prophet over on the other side that AllStars have picked up. Waska will have the Sand King that they'll be playing with, as well as a Snapfire, so a whole lot of magical damage coming in. I mean, it is insane. The Sand King Epicenter plus the Snapfire's Mortimers, and AllStars, they either go for a natural BKB like the Lifestealer, or they go for a strong carry that couples up with the BKB really well. For now though, they will go for the Ember Spirit, which means that this Nature's Prophet is potentially going to be that carry for AllStars. They do have that 3rd pick though, and the Disruptor isn't banned. Neither is the Silent... Oh no, actually the Silencer was the last ban from Waska, but the Disruptor, it can do pretty good, right? Just throw down the Static Storm on top of that Sand King and take him down. You have a setup as well with that Ember Spirit. So AllStars should ideally look towards picking that hero up, because again, Waska, if you allow Waska to pick up the Disruptor, it does so well against the Nature's Prophet, does so well against the Ember. So you may not want to give Waska that kind of room. Just pick the Disruptor. And another thing to note, that the Disruptor is actually the most contested hero in TI right now, but AllStars, they are going to be content with just picking up the Hoodwink. They're going to give that space away to Waska, and let's see if Waska come out with the Disruptor or not. It's a hero that does well against, as I mentioned, the Nature's Prophet, the Ember, and also does well against the Hoodwink, because the Hoodwink's one ability, the Scurry, hides himself inside of those trees, likes to move around. The Thunderstrike can be ground targeted once the Disruptor picks up the Shard, and then you also have the Glimpse to bring the Hoodwink out from those trees under plain view and take him down. Let's see though. Let's see what Waska want to be doing. 3rd pick for them. And so far, they haven't actually gone for anything per se. They're still taking their sweet time thinking about what they want to be doing. But now it comes out, it's going to be that Shadow Fiend. It's going to be their carry. And the 4th pick is going to be the Naga Siren. So no Disruptor coming out from them, but it's going to be a Shadow Fiend versus the Nature's Prophet game. And you want to be careful against the Shadow Fiend. You need to be shutting him down, right? You have your eyes set on this one objective, and it's a similar theme to that last game, where AllStars were faced up against the Anti-Mage. They had to shut down the Anti-Mage. They were able to do it in the early game, unable to continue to do that or actually stack up on those objectives at the back of all of those kills. So that is going to be the one thing that I would like to see different from AllStars. If you get kills, you transition, take objectives, create space for your team. Their lineup right now is even more well positioned to transition into objectives than the previous game, right? Because you have the Nature's Prophet. You can instantly go for that replenishment through the fountain and then come back from the teleport. But AllStars, they will go for the Abaddon, and I think this is going to be Bleskid playing the Abba. I don't think you play a carry Abba against the Shadow Fiend and this much amount of control from Waska. They have 3 heroes that either stun you or root you, right? Oh man, I would say that the lineup does favor Waska quite a bit. They have the front line in the Sand King, they have the disengage from the Naga Siren Song, and the setup for that Requiem, by the way. I completely forgot about that. But Naga Song into Requiem, and you die. There's just nothing you can do against that. AllStars don't have the front line. Sure, you do have the Abba. You have one of the strongest frontliners in the game. But Abba is one of those frontliners you can ignore, right? He's a he's a dark knight that runs at you, but you can keep your distance. You can ensnare him. You can reposition using the Hurricane Pike that will come out from the Shadow Fiend, the Blink Dagger from the Sand King, the Snapfire Cookie from the Snapfire, and Waska should be good to go. AllStars. Taking their sweet time thinking about this. How do they want to pick their last pick, right? I know that right now it's Waska 2 on the ban, but it's AllStars that are going to need to do the thinking. Their last pick has to close out all of this nicely together, and even I'm confused on what that is supposed to be for their side. Waska will ban out that Ogre Magi, and right now, AllStars, I really do hope they spot out that Disruptor. Against the Naga Siren, also pretty good, because when the Naga goes for that disengagement song, you can glimpse someone back. You can disable them from teleporting, because the glimpse has such a high cost range, one of the highest cost ranges in the game.
5 seconds remaining.
AllStars thinking about their last ban. They are right now banning out AoE heroes. They will ban out the Lycanthrope. And what will be their last pick? I really do hope it's a strong one. Maybe even throw this. I know they're never going to do it. I know this Abba is going to be a core, but maybe you want to be playing with a support core right now, or rather with a support Abba right now. And maybe you want to just be picking a Tidehunter, picking some kind of beef for the front line. 10 seconds of reserve time left. Not a whole lot of room for error right now. You are at risk of losing the series if you're not careful. But no, they will go for the Elder Titan, so I can get behind this pick. It adds in a bit of frontline, adds in a lot of laning phase potential, and you also have the Split Earth to deal massive amounts of damage in those team fights. And you have that long range stun to stop the Naga Siren's disengagement through the song, right? You can just throw down that Echo Stomp and disable the Shadow Fiend from teleporting away, disable the Naga Siren from continually channeling that song. Waska, though, their last pick, they have a lot of room to play this with. They will just go for the Enigma, all in on that AoE damage, and it is that wombo combo that we are expecting coming out from Waska, right? The Naga Song into the Black Hole and Requiem Mortimers to be flying in, as well as that Sand King Epicenter, and this is a lineup built to fight team fights. And AllStars, I really do hope they have a plan, because I think a lot of it is going to come down to this Elder Titan, right? Just using the Echo Stomp to break away from this Enigma's Black Hole. You can do that at a distance. Stop the Enigma from creating that setup for the Requiem and that Epicenter. You can even disable the song, so it's going to come down to Feeling. I have seen Feeling play these phenomenal support picks, and I think he is the man for it. I think I think that he can
seconds
certainly
remaining.
be doing it for his team. That playmaker support, right? We don't call it all that often, but he needs to step up right now if AllStars want to have a chance of staying in the series and taking it to a game number 3. Benjamin on the Ember this time around. I think he had a phenomenal game in the storm with the Storm in the early to mid game. This time around, he will have to also step up. He needs to be doing more. You need to shut down Pike on that Shadow Fiend. Forget about that Sand King. Forget about that Enigma. Just go for the Shadow Fiend again and again. You have the Nature's Prophet who can come in from that safe lane. So you can quickly stack the numbers against Spike. And in the early to mid game, the Shadow Fiend is pretty weak, so you should be able to do that. I'm looking forward to seeing the Wombo combo from Waska. I mean, if they're able to align all of their spells, then AllStars will just flat out die. Right, there is no other way around it. Even when you look, if you guys are looking at this lineup, I'm sure that same assumption is hitting your minds right now. But at the same time, these are some very long duration cooldowns, right? So AllStars can be playing around them. Constantly stack up the tempo when those ultimates are are on cooldown. It's 100+ second cooldown on that Black Hole, 100-second plus cooldown on that Song. The Epicenter, I believe, has 100 CD as well.
Prepare
And the
for
Requiem,
battle.
again, it's all 100+ second cooldowns. Mortimers are the only ones. Oh no, even the Mortimers are 100-second cooldown. So all 5 abilities of Waska have more than 100-second cooldown at the level 18 mark. At that level 6 mark, it's 120 seconds cooldown. So a whole 2 minutes you will have in between of those fights to be making stuff happen. I will put on my headphones just to be able to hear you guys, or hear these teams. Full 5-man smoke coming out from the side of AllStars, and they see the Nago Siren, but that's a tricky target to go on, because the Nago can just come in with the Deluge,
30
and
seconds to
or rather the mirror images. It's a long wraparound. ASA leading the fray. They will see the Eidolons, so they know the Enigma is nearby. Oh, they just wanted to plant the sentry down, and they will look for the disengagement. The Spirit will fly out from fielding, so he will actually catch the Enigma as well as the Hoodwink. But they don't know the Yudomi is inside of the pit, so perhaps we might actually have Waska contest
the battle.
the side of
begins.
AllStars. But no, they are just going to go back. It is going to be 2 and 2 bounty runes. X actually denied the rune away from AllStars, so it's going to be 2 bounty runes being found by the side of Waska and 1 bounty rune to be found by the side of AllStars. So it's still going to be the same scenario as last game, where Waska came out ahead with that extra 200 gold, and they will be able to deny it from the AllStars. Let's see who comes out ahead in the laning phase. I mean, Benjamin, Ember versus Mago on the Storms, on the Sand King, and I'm not exactly too sure who I favor in this lane. I mean, Benjamin should be able to maximize his Flame Guard, right? And the Caustic Finale, I think it's magical damage, if I recall correctly. So Benjamin's Flame Guard should be able to negate a lot of that damage, and he should be able to do fine. Meanwhile, he has the Sleight of Fist to play with, so just max out that Flame Guard, max out that Sleight of Fist, constantly dish out the damage, and you should be doing good. Meanwhile, Sand King, of course, Mago has the ability to recover, similar to the last game where you had the Storm. You can always fall back in that jungle and gain experience through that. Ooh, Mago needs to be careful. Benjamin is able to actually take his Steering Chains because he hit that level 2 mark. And sure enough, he will be able to find the first blood as Mago overextends, underestimating his opponent. You can't underestimate Benjamin. He is a phenomenal mid lane player. I'm surprised to see Waska give them this amount of space. Again, going in for those cheeky little plays, but this time around, Mago's gonna come back with full HP and mana. Benjamin will have that bottle coming in. Needs to be careful though, because the Burrow Strike is coming back online, but he's able to heal up. Towards the top lane.
Has been killed.
Snapfire plus the Enigma. Ooh. Dodges out that Echo Stomp, as Zasa will realize. It's a lane that the Idolins can't do much. And normally the Idolins, they have such a strong laning phase presence, but Zaza has a huge attack range. Not to mention, he can throw down the Sprout, which will catch all of the Idolins inside of those trees. So there's no real way for Enigma to be doing Enigma things and zoning out the opposing carry. This time around, it is going to be AllStars who will have a great early laning phase for at least their safe lane. And they are winning their mid lane as well. If you... currently winning their mid lane. The one caveat to that is Benjamin is choosing to stack up against damage against Mago, which means he is suffering in terms of lost hits. You take a look at the chart, 14 lost hits for the Sand King, 10 lost hits for the Ember Spirit. Oh, this is going to come down to the wire, but you have another sleight of fist and Mago could die for a second time to Benjamin. And this is, I think we can call it now, it is a one lane by Benjamin. And so AllStars will have that one thing coming true for them. But Feeling is going to be the one to get traded out, at least on the other side. He does have the Echo Stomp, but the sleep is wearing off, and El Misho will be able to grab that kill. 1 and 2 now on the kill feed, as Benjamin is trying to take these creeps away, but Mago is coming in, throws out that Blood Grenade, has the Burrow Strike, but unfortunately Benjamin found the route. Neither of these two heroes have the boots of speed. Mago, will he be able to find the Burrow Strike? Does land it, and there's the Stinger, taking away Benjamin's life, able to find the trade. But I think that AllStars,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bless Kid actually dying towards that bot side. And you need to stem the bleeding right now, because Waska, they got your Elder Titan, they got your offlaner, they even found the return on the Ember Spirit, and things can snowball out of control from this position. Because so far, it's only Benjamin who has been getting all of these neat little kills, but it's actually come at a cost of his lost hits. He'll be able to take many of these lost hits underneath his tower. He has level 3, sleight of fist available, as Mago won't be able to find many of these denies. Ooh, the banner creep actually being cleared. Oh, not being cleared up by Benjamin. Neither of those banner creeps actually going his way. That's gonna hurt him. And Mago is gonna be more than happy with that. Elder Titan. There's not a whole lot you can do in this lane. Sure, Elder Titan's whacks do a lot of damage, but every time he goes deep, he's gonna get hit by those stuns coming out, the Malefice from that Enigma, and you have that Snapfire, so it's a difficult lane to trade in.
I'll take your tribute.
Meanwhile, Yodomi using the Ensnare to drag in, the real in actually. But it's not going to create that setup for that Shadow Fiend. It's actually, it sounds much better in theory than it is practically. It's a lot more difficult to come out with, because by the time you throw the Ensnare, there's already going to be a bit of distance, right? And then you go for the real in. Throwing down those raises becomes a bit difficult, and at the minimum, at the maximum, you'll be able to get the 2 raises if the opponent is in a bad situation. But there's no real way you should be able to get all 3. Oh, Pike may end up being in trouble, as there's the 4-man rotation we were expecting, and the Shadow Fiend is going to end up falling. Waska, Yodomi is going to be the next one on that hit list, as he goes for the mirror images, but I think AllStars do see him. Yodomi doesn't have a teleport scroll available, so this will be a slow death, and there shouldn't be any reason he makes it out. The blood grenades being used as well, and the bushwhack coming in from ASA will mean the end for the 2 heroes from Waska's safe lane. Perhaps you go for this again. AllStars, they saw the Shadow Fiend teleport here. Even if you don't find the kill, you should be able to pressure this tier 1 tower, maybe even take it down. But because Pike, or rather Zaza, made his way towards this bot lane, the top side tower may just end up being cleared out by this Enigma. Yeah, X has already been able to take it down. And Zaza should have really gone for that teleport back. But now they're going to give away space to the Blessed Kid. It's a 3 for 2, or rather it's a 3 for 3. Yodomi Or rather, Amnesia will be able to find that kill. But Zaza comes back into the lane. They want to take down Pyke for a second time. Can they find the kill here? He is trying to run away, but that lost hit coming in from ESA will be enough. Of course, it's going to be a carry for a carry trade, perhaps, as Amnesia finds himself a triple kill. May even end up with an ultra, but Benjamin has different plans, is going to be coming in and will be able to find that lost kill on towards Alvisho. It's a dominating streak that went the way of Benjamin, and when you count all of the kills he found on the Sand King as well, that's a dominating streak plus 2 solo kills, and this Ember Spirit is well on his way to snowballing this game. 3,500 in terms of net worth, the most farmed core in the game. Will be able to make his way back into the mid lane. And is farming nicely, but that's good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
going to be the first tower for AllStars. They'll be able to find the opposing tower, and this time around they are able to equalize in terms of objective pressure. May even be able to find themselves with something more as they are on the hunt for Pyke, but the Naga Siren illusions are going to give Waska the information, and they will be able to make it out. Zaza, very far away from his Maelstrom, but it's an expected timing. I mean, I think he should be having it by that 13 to perhaps even that 14-minute mark. Benjamin
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
has an amplified damage, and this is going to be a very easy kill being acquired by the Ember Spirit. Maybe too at the back of this amplified damage rune, they even make their way towards the tier 1 tower, but no, Benjamin wants to be going for the stacks. They're going to leave Blessed Kid on the mid lane though, and Zaza can always teleport in, so Mago needs to be aware of this fact. He's going to be able to burrow strike out, dodging out that bushwhack, as well as that stun coming in from
Radiant's
feeling.
middle tower is under attack.
And it's now on to that second tier 1 tower. The Fortify is going to come out, but it's 4 heroes on this lane, potentially 5 as Zaza comes in. Mago doesn't have his Blink Dagger. Oh, he was spotted out by that Sleight of Fist, and his entire epicenter is going to be wasted.
Tower is under attack.
And I don't think that Waska can continue fighting in this position, though they are going to throw out that Ensnare, but instantly gets cancelled out by that Abba. One of their 5 big ultimates has been used. The Snapfire doesn't have his Mortimers up quite just yet. That's Kid falling very low, but does have the borrowed time to play with.
Dire's bottom tower.
Snapfire doing its very best to force it out, but it won't happen. Pyke, pretty underfarmed on the Shadow Fiend. Oh no, okay. I think this was his second pair of infused raindrops. These cost quite a bit, and he also went for the Falcon Blade. So he's not underfarmed by any measure, considering the fact that you also died twice. So I think he's doing pretty well for himself when you consider those two things. But right now it's Waska who want to take the pressure on towards AllStars. Zaza's position is going to be revealed, but Exodus is going to go back,
A tool to teach.
and they're going to walk back into trouble. As there was an Ember Spirit waiting for them, the Hoodwink's ultimate sharpshooter is going to come out too, but the Naga Siren's song is going to allow them to disengage. That could have gotten very troublesome for Waska. And I think it was this Observer Ward that actually got out. No, I'm not actually too sure which ward. Okay, I don't think it was any ward. I don't think. I think Waska's spider senses just started tingling, and they decided to go back. And I don't think they would have been able to get the kill on Zaza anyway, because with how close the Ember and the Hoodwink were. I have my tea with me. The milk tea that I have for every single cast. And since I cast every day, it's I have tea every day. Bless Kid. Oh, it's a bushwhack though on that Naga Siren. Yudomi goes for the mirror images. Blesskid still has his borrowed time to play with. Benjamin will come in for a nice sleight of fist. Easy cleanup found on that Naga Siren. And now we'll turn it on towards Mago. The Requiem of Souls will go out. Blesskid will be able to hold his position with the borrowed time. They might make their way forward, but no, they're just going to end up going back. Oh, Almeisho's position was cut out. Zaza, though, he wasn't expecting the Snapfire cookie, which he, to be fair, he really should have. They'll just be able to make their way in disengage. X, though, has the black hole to play with, and the Mortimers are available. So AllStars, they have to be a bit wary about these ultimates from the other side. The Naga Siren Song isn't there, though, and Yudomi's position is going to get caught out. Perhaps he is trying to bait them in. With the Sand King coming in as well, you have the epicenter available. He goes in and the Mortimers are flying out. The route available on Benjamin. And Yudomi was able to bait them in perfectly. ASA is going to be the second one in danger. No ensnare available. There is a shield coming in with the Burrow Strike available from Mago. There's going to be 2 kills to fall. 2 heroes to fall. And AllStars, again, every single time that AllStars die, I worry for them. Because of how quick Waska played. And AllStars do not play that quick. It's as simple as that. All the while this has been happening, you have to consider the fact that Pyke has just been farming away like a madman on that Shadow Fiend. Has the Mask of Madness now. Is going to be able to make that Yasha by that 15-minute mark. And that Manta Star will be up soon as well. He'll be able to disengage from the Searing Chains, able to disengage or potentially even dodge out that Bushwhack once it comes out, and dodge out that Echo Stomp. So it's going to mean a bit of trouble for the side of AllStars once those few items fly out. AllStars were looking for a way in. Pyke found a Hoodwink all by himself. He was alone there. Oh no, he had the Sand King there. But AllStars are unable to find their entry. So it's going to be one freebie being found by the side of Waska.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So far, though, they haven't been able to pressure this tier 1 tower towards the bot side, but it's a movement. It's a set of movements actually happening by both sides. Mago, though, he sees feeling. And he'll go in with the Bling Dagger and the Burrow Strike, and it's going to be another freebie being found by them. AllStars, though, they may be able to find Yudomi, but where are the Searing Chains? They finally come out, but Yudomi is the wrong target. He can just disable the Searing Chains. Mago, though, with the epicenter, he wants to be going in, but it's not towards ASA, it's actually towards Benjamin. He'll just be able to remnant away, but at the end of it all, they'll still be able to find ASA. As X hasn't gone for that Blink Dagger, but he has a full Crimson Guard, and there is no way to cut through that shield right now. There is a significant lack of physical damage on the side of AllStars, at least for the 15-minute mark. The black hole is going to be thrown out, and the Mortimers come flying out as well. But they haven't actually done anything, as AllStars are able to hold the front line thanks to Blesskid, thanks to that Abba. But still, the Requiem is being channeled. It might not be going out, though. The Searing Chains were available. It will mean Blesskid falls, but it's an offlaner for an offlaner, and Benjamin will be able to disengage.
Tower has been denied.
I really thought that Requiem actually went out. But Benjamin, or rather Zaza, able to find an easy sprout. There is still the threat of that Requiem, but Almeisho getting hit by that sharpshooter. And Benjamin wants to be going forward. Will have his remnant in about 1 second. Doesn't even need it. And now with the Searing Chains available on that Sand King, the Requiem, he's just channeling it, but not really dishing it out. Mago with the base there. Debuff will be enough. Benjamin finds himself that 3rd kill, and AllStars, they're come back swinging in this mid lane, and they come out winning as well, as they're able to find 3 kills at the back of losing out just their one Abba.
is under attack.
Actually, they found 4 kills if you count that Enigma as well, right? He died as soon as that Abba died, so it's actually a 4-for-1 to go in favor of the All-Stars. 2,000 gold, 3,000 experience. And they're doing pretty well for themselves. Ooh, they may find X. Benjamin doesn't see him. They find El Misho, so they'll snag that 1 kill. And now the pings will come out for X. He doesn't actually have that Blink Dagger. The Bushwhack won't land, and so they will disengage. But maybe they transition this into a tier 1 tower. They certainly do have the creeps. They have 5 range creeps available. So it's now or never. A Searing Chains on towards X. There is no Crimson Guard available, no Black Hole available either. The Bushwhack is going to hold him in place. The Sharpshooter is going to come out. And again, no response from Waska will mean that it's freebies all over for the side of
Radiant
AllStars.
structures are fortified.
And it's going to be a tier 1 tower easily found. Zaza now has the Mjolnir to play with. And it's a significant boost to their physical damage output.
Radiant's
The
top
lightning
tower
strikes coming out from that Mjolnir are magical damage though.
is under attack.
Oh, Mago. In trouble, the Split Earth comes out with a nice cookie coming in from El Misho. Will be able to keep themselves safe, and now Pike is coming in for that Requiem. He's thinking about channeling it, will end up throwing it out, but a nice dodge coming out from Benjamin. Will it be enough? He does find the remnant out, and Waska were unprepared for that. They will still try and fight back, but it's only that 1 Abba they were able to find. They weren't able to stack up the timings of that song with that Requiem, and they are going to pay for this. They will lose out 4 of their heroes, potentially even more, but a Black Hole comes out from X. He doesn't have the follow-up though, so despite of that being visually pleasing, it was just that. It was just a Black Hole on 3. It's still going to be AllStars to come out with a full team wipe at the 19-minute mark, and they will take the lead for the first time in this series in their favor. We will have a pause come out, as it was asked for by the side of the AllStars. I think they want to adjust on their maybe it's ping issues, maybe it's their comms are hmm 14 and 21. The scoreline suggests a story that AllStars are actually playing this a whole lot better. I mean, if that Requiem actually went out on towards Benjamin, it would have been a whole different story, right? But the Ember Spirit would have just died there. And Waska would have been able to come in with the Black Hole to clean up everyone else. I wonder, though, if Benjamin will be able to consistently pull off plays like that. Because as soon as you let up, as soon as you make a slight error in trying to outplay your opponents and you end up dying, your team is going to crumble. Your team, AllStars really need their Ember in that front line to be able to survive and throw out those Searing Chains. It's the only reliable route they have. The Bushwhack flies off too slow. The Echo Stomp, easy to dodge. It's the Searing Chains that are instant, coupled up with that Sleight of Fist, of course.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, ASA. He'll spot out Yodomi, but is it the other way around because Mago is here? Nice sharpshooter, but Mago can just follow with his Blink Dagger. A few more hits will do the trick. As ASA, there's really no way for him to scurry his way on out of there. It's going to be a freebie being picked up by Waska. Nothing too significant, but nothing too insignificant either. And for the first time, I'm actually seeing the roles reversed. AllStars are able to push out these objectives, while Waska are currently unable to. AllStars will even be able to take out the Tormentor, though the Shard was going to go the way of Blessed Kid. It's not exactly... It's not huge, but it's still significant. 75% of a 210 damage barrier, that's around 140 damage. Or, I think around 170 damage. So it's a nice nuke. Small nuke available at this stage of the game. Sanj and Kaya now up for Benjamin. And let's actually quickly go through the items for both of these sides. Yodomi with the blink, with the Glimmer Cape. Guardian Greaves on the Snapfire. And X hasn't really itemized past his Crimson Guard. And meanwhile, you have an entire Aghanim Scepter being queued up. And as well as the fact that Mago will have it in about 200 gold. Shadow Fiend now has the Manta style and is looking towards completing his Hurricane Pike before going for that Silver Edge. I wonder if the Silver Edge is a good item to be using. Is great because if you can stack up the disables against the Abba, the break does disable the Borrowed Time passive. Right? The passive being that threshold in which the Borrowed Time automatically activates. So if you stun the Abba, use the break on him, you can take him down before he's able to activate his Borrowed Time. Requires a lot of synergy, but then again, you take a look at Waska's lineup, and this is the most this is the highest synergistic requirement of a team I have seen in a while. You normally don't chain up 5 heroes for their team fighting ability, for their high cooldown ultimates, all at the same time. Naga Siren got out, and it's freebies from both of these sides. However, Yodomi is able to throw out that song, but a nice Echo Storm being spotted out. We talked about it in the drafting phase. You can stop that this kind of disengagement by those high range stuns. The Glimpse was a good example. It's not a stun, but it brings you back. And the Echo Stomp is another example that AllStars are demonstrating. Roshan now under threat. The Aegis may very well be claimed up by the AllStars right now because Waska are in no position to contest. Their heroes are split up across the map. And Roshan will fall. The Aegis to go the way of the AllStars. This Enigma now has a Blink Dagger to play with, but they don't actually see Benjamin. Zaza is going to come in as well, and the Snapfire Cookie, unfortunately, is not going to be enough. The Enigma, looking for the teleport out, will be able to find it, thanks to the Guardian Greaves coming in from El Nisho. If he did not pop those Greaves, this Enigma would have died. But he recognized that opening, and he was able to find it. Ooh, Bushwhack flying out, but ASA wasn't able to quite find Yodomi's position, and X again is waiting for that black hole. It really seems like Waska are going all in for the Wombo combo.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
On towards tier 2s for the second time this game. The first one was a tier 2 attempt towards the top side, but Zaza is feeling pretty good about himself this time around. I mean, has a Chrysalis, has a Hurricane Pike. We haven't exactly seen Pike join any of these team fights. He has a Pike of his own, has the damage output, and is going to be looking towards trading out tier 1 towers. But the moves are coming in. AllStars, they want to be going in on towards that Shadow Fiend. He has the pike to play with. He's going to get hit by that bushwhack, and Zasa's actually going to come in. The Skookie to go out. He's trying to channel his Requiem. Will be able to throw it out, but Yodomi is actually going to come in. This time around, the damage from the Requiem is actually going to get cancelled out by that song. So it's a reverse synergistic play. But I think that for Waska, they were trying their very best to disengage no matter what. They are able to find the big disengagement, right? Losing Pike in that scenario could have ended up being disastrous, but they're still able to find the exit. And AllStars, they weren't able to take the tier 2 tower down towards the mid side, but perhaps they should look towards going all in towards an objective. They weren't even able to stop the tier 1 towards their bot lane from being taken down. So I think you just commit to these outer tier 2s while you still have the Aegis, while Waska will do everything to actually avoid any kind of a team fight. Bleskid now on the tier 2s.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Able to find it, but it's the Elder Titan in trouble. Feeling is going to drop down, and there's an arcane rune towards the bot side of the river. Benjamin will be able to pick up the arcane, and this is going to be a big one. I don't think that Waska know that he has this rune. Still though, a 4,000 net worth advantage at the 26-minute mark isn't all that hyped up.
Top tower is under attack.
Teleports once again coming in towards the top lane. A spike. Oh, they make a move on towards the Nature's Prophet. They want to actually bring this Aegis down. They will be able to find it. The Naga-sided song isn't available, so they don't actually have that perfect disengagement. But Bleskid is on that front line. They want to be chasing on the side of AllStars. There's engagements all around. Waska will just simply walk on out of here. Huddled together. It's going to be an outpost play for the side of the Shadow Fiend and the Snapfire, and the rest of them are just going to teleport, or rather walk away if you're Mago. Enigma, feeling a bit of that FOMO, will just make his way back towards bot lane through the outpost as well.
Dire are scanning.
A tool to teach.
Oh. That's good. Activates the amplified damage, and there's an arcane rune on the side of the Ember. Benjamin is going to go on forward. They have the perfect advantage being given to them. The black hole to come out and Pike to come in with the Requiem. This time around, they find it. The split earth does come out in response, but it's not done enough. Waska will be able to get that big kill and turn things on towards AllStars, but Pike is in a world of trouble now. Mago wants to be going in on towards ESA, finds it, and the Burrow Strike on towards Zasa as well as Feeling, but now spread it down. Mago in trouble. He will end up being traded out. Yodomi just a second too late with that song. It's going to be a 3 for 2 as the Shadow Fiend was also taken down by Zasa's Wrath of Nature, and that is a huge loss to Waska.
Bounty.
They thought they had the upper hand, but really seemed like... And again, it was also the power runes that played into that, right? There was an entire amplified damage on Bleskid. He doubled the damage, around 250 damage per pop, per strike. Just simply too much. I'm not exactly sure. I don't think they can actually make their way towards a high ground. Yodomi will go in for the real, but Bleskid has an Orchid. Will just cancel it out. This can be anyone's game. However, we've all seen what a hyper-farmed Nature's Prophet can do, right? I don't. For those of you who have been following TI, I don't really need to elaborate on what the Nature's Prophet can do, right? It does seem like the Nature's Prophet in that ultra late game scenario is just a tad bit stronger than that Shadow Fiend. So Waska are very much playing against the clock. Will be a question of what Pyke is able to do once he has his Silver Edge up. I don't necessarily agree with this itemization choice. I don't think the Silver Edge is as good in this scenario. Maybe he wants the invisibility. Maybe he thinks that added invisibility, that effect would allow him to disengage a lot better in these team fights. May even allow him for the initiation in. But maybe the Daedalus would have just been better. He has queued up the Daedalus though. So perhaps he may not complete the Silver Edge. Perhaps he will just make his way towards that Daedalus. And once you have that Daedalus coming in, if you are able to find the right entries, perhaps you are able to find the right fights. Right now, though, it is AllStars who are able to find the right fights. Mago activates the BKB, trying to find the exit. Has the Crimson Guard to play with, so it's a lot of sustain coming his way, and a song is going to come out. Pyke now wants to be going in for the Requiem for the second time. This time around, it will hit on towards that Ember who is rooted down. The Black Hole comes out too. The Ember will fall, but Pyke is so incredibly low. Waska are committing all of these spells just to be able to take down one Ember Spirit. And once Benjamin falls, it's Zasa who's able to come in for those easy cleanups. It's on that high ground now. And sure enough, you do have the epicenter available from Mago. He wants to be going in at the back of this. And the Nature's Prophet really needs to be careful. Tier 3 tower on the mid lane at about half of its HP. Mago. He finds ASA and he knows now, because Bleskin moved out of the pit, that there's an incoming Roshan attempt. Waska, they don't have their Shadow Fiend currently, but they have been able to force out the borrowed time away from Bleskin. It's down now for about 70 seconds, and AllStars, they are going to go for a smoke, but they are very low on their heroes. Benjamin is going to come back, teleport towards the bot lane. But I think that with Waska having all 5 of their heroes, they are going to be ready for this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Pyke is going to
Dire are
teleport
scattered.
towards the outpost though, so he won't be available for this fight. Mortimer's to come back online in about 10 more seconds, and you have the Naga Siren as well, who will have the song in about 15. Black Hole is the one big ultimate not available though. Oh, Almisho's revealed his position. Benjamin has the information.
I'll take your tribute.
And he sees El Misho, he will be going on in. It's going to be another one of those freebies that goes the way of AllStars. A bit extended than I would have hoped. The Guardian Greaves also comes out, but make no mistake about it, El Misho is just buying space. He is going to give up his life, and is going to give up room for AllStars to get that Aegis. Turns out Waska were not comfortable engaging in a fight in that position. Mago will find the blink away, isn't going for his Shiva's Guard. And AllStars, they are in perfect command of this game number 2.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
May end up, I mean, by the looks of it, it should be a game number 3 we have on our hands. Ideally, right? If everything goes the way of AllStars like it has been. Pyke now has a full BKB. Turns out he didn't want to be going for that Daedalus. He just wanted to be making that BKB. Is waiting to split the creeps though. Will be able to do so. And the signals are going to come out from the AllStars. So they realize they can push down this tier 2 tower at the back of these creeps, but they can't actually go high ground with their Aegis. Not quite, just not yet though.
Radiant's top tower.
They will
has
still
fallen.
try to go for it. There is an entire creep wave towards the mid lane as well, so perhaps AllStars just mount up the courage to go high ground. The banner has been placed down, and so has the intent from this team. Simultaneous, multi-pronged approach. Mid lane as well as the top lane, but I think they should pool their resources into one lane. El Misho needs to be careful, will find the cookie out, but this tower is taking a whole lot of damage, and Benjamin actually able to find the cleanup. Waska are giving up this full lane of barracks without actually putting up a fight.
Radiant's top
Shadow Fiend now back in here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Yodomi.
middle tower has fallen.
I mean, they need to make a move.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is
All of their heroes are inside of the base now, but they don't actually have their Snapfire. He does have the buyback though. But it might just end up being 2 lane of barracks. Zaza to come out with that second barrack skill. Mago channeling his epicenter, but unable to land, and the Echo Storm comes in. The Enigma forced to use the PK, forced to use the black hole in a moment of desperation. Pike against Zaza, but the Satanic Heal is coming in, and this Ember Spirit has just been wreaking havoc on the side of Waska. Mago, unable to actually find the entry, is going to be giving up his life as the rest of them disengage. And it just might be one lost play with that song. The buyback to come out from Pike. Goes in for the Requiem, will be able to find Bleskade, as the Sand King who went for the buyback will be able to find the Burrow Strike. Zaza unable to use the Satanic. Perhaps he didn't want to be using it. And now Pike without the BKB, can they actually find the kill? Zaza doesn't have a BKB of his own, uses the Satanic, but can he find the heals? He has the range advantage, but Pike uses the Manta style. Unfortunately, he got hit by that bushwhack. Does have another buyback, but they need to go all in if they want to be going in for the defense. El Misho goes in and now gives the green light for the teleport to be coming in. The side, the Nature's Prophet loses his life. And this Ember Spirit, he bought back into this, has to find the Remnant away, will be allowed to do so. Mago, unable to find the Burrow Strike, but will they actually go for the chase here? A very expensive defense coming out from the side of Waska. The only way they can bring themselves back into this game is if they find continuous pickoffs to make sure that they can keep AllStars down. Because if you take a look at Zaza, he has the buyback, right? Because he has the buyback available, it means the Nature's Prophet, if he dies, he can just instantly use the buyback, come back into the fight, and it will be a 6v5 fight. So AllStars, once they have all 5 heroes up, they can just go.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They're even going to use the Fortify to stop their tier 2 tower from falling. El Misho has an entire Hex up, as well as a Dizoon's Bloodright, so his Mortimers are gonna have that added AoE. As well as a Snapfire Cookie stun. So it's a lot of AoEs that a Snapfire actually has. Even I think the Scatter Blast is a bit of an AoE. Is that last line of defense, is that last barracks that AllStars are going to look towards. Zaza will come in towards the bot lane as well, after he cleans up these creeps, of course, towards the top side. Oh, perhaps not. Perhaps AllStars want to be playing this safe. Perhaps they want to be taking Roshan before they go high ground. It is
Rune of haste.
respectable, right? You are down one game, so you may want to be closing out Roshan before you go for that one final push. Sand King almost has that refresher. Just needs about 200 gold. Can just sell his bottle if he wants to, because the push is coming. He may not have that 200 gold. Has it now. Is making his way back to the base. Should be going for the TP back rather than going to farm an additional camp. I mean, this camp does nothing for you. You're not going to get your item. You're not going to get your buyback, as the push has already started. And now the Sand King goes for the TP back to the fountain. But this little play has meant that a significant amount of damage is going to come out from the AllStars, and you don't have a glyph available. It's still on cooldown, and you have to go in. They go in for the black hole. The Enigma with the BKB. They'll be able to take Zaza down. The question is, does AllStars come in with the buyback? They won't be doing so because they already found the big prize. It is the mega creeps that have been acquired by the side of AllStars, and sure enough, even if ASA dies, it's AllStars who have that significant advantage because Waska are faced with the uphill task of actually pushing out all three of their lanes, which looks to be impossible. Oh man, certainly the potential for Waska to be taking it from 0 to 100 is there, but that one play, right? That taking this small camp for the Sand King, getting about 150 gold when you already had your refresher up, Waska could have saved themselves from being faced up against mega creeps. They could have taken the fight to AllStars, and if they found the win that they eventually did, they could have found a way back into the game. But right now it looks so difficult. Mega creeps at the 40-minute mark, so tough to fight against. One small mistake and it's going to be game over. One small mistake and AllStars are going to be pushing your throne.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They'll be able to find the one tier 2, the second tier 2 as well. The question is though, ASA is here. Oh, they saw the hoodwink. They see him as ASA is going to try and find the scurry on out of here, and will be able to do so. I think the Pai should have waited for Yadomi. That ensnare would have guaranteed that kill. And now it's a 4-man smoke. Roshan not really having spawned. It's gonna spawn about in a minute or so, so it's not exactly a small respawn. And I think AllStars, I mean, they are in a position to actually head on over to the high ground if they want to. Oh no, Bike. Spotted out by Zaza, forced to... Oh, he wasn't even able to activate the BKB. Now Dosso has the Satanic to play with, but can he actually make it back to the base? He can't! That's his dieback! And it really seems like it's all over. Zaza wants to be heading on over to the Roshan pit, but I mean, he can just go for that high ground. He will be able to make his butterfly. But sure enough, it's going to be that one last push on towards Waska's base. The black hole will come out and they go in with the epicenter, throwing everything they have against Zaza, but he has a buyback. Mago, his refresher is down for about 5 seconds. The Mortimers aren't going to do anything. Aren't able to clean ASA up. El Nisho still goes for the play though, will be able to find it, and now Mago goes in for another epicenter play. Zaza still has the Satanic to play with, but he is taking a lot of damage. Has the Hurricane Pike to reposition himself and keep themselves calm and collected for this throne push. So far though, Waska have been doing a good enough job at keeping AllStars back, all things considered. They don't have their carry, but now they've actually expended all of their spells. They don't actually have any more of a defense. A nice use of the outrow straw will keep Mago safe, but he does end up falling to the sharpshooter. And Waska have to go for all of these buybacks, everything they can to hold the game for about 50 more seconds, but the damage to the throne is coming in. Zaza just wants to win here. On towards the throne, the buybacks from AllStars to come out as well as Waska are pushed back to their fountain, unable to come in for the defense, unable to do anything against this Nature's Prophet, who is uncontested towards that backline. Still on that throne, and they will be able to find the game win and take this series to that game number 3 against Waska. Oh man, this time around, AllStars certainly had the game plan mapped out. Even till the very end, they seemed to know what they were doing. And that one death by that Shadow Fiend, well, that one neutral camp that Sand King went for as well. Dubious plays, but who? I mean, I can't even say. I don't even know if even if the Sand King was able to make it back in time before the Mega Creeps were acquired. I don't think that. I don't even think that would have been enough, right? Even if the Shadow Fiend was in this position, didn't die with a dieback and was here for the throne defense, I don't know if that would have been enough either, because Zaza may not have gone for the buyback, right? May have just played it for Roshan. So I do think this was AllStars' win. They completely deserve it. They outplayed Waska, but then we will only have one winner to this series. It is going to come down to that game number 3 between AllStars and Waska, and let's see who comes out ahead in that tiebreaker. And we will be taking a bit of a break, around 5 minutes, but then we will be back for that third and final game between both of these two sides before we move on to our next best of 3, of course. A lot of Dota planned out for you guys by the organizers for America's Convergence. This is your host, Daltris, and don't go anywhere as we will be back for that third and decider game between both of these two teams right after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to the America's
10
Convergence
seconds
season number 2. We are in between of the third game as Waska and AllStars have gone and thrown everything, quite literally, at each other, and they have come out 1-1. Both the series is currently tied, and anyone can actually take it because I came into this thinking that Waska were the stronger team. Certainly their Wikipedia does suggest that they are the stronger team, and their game 1 performance also suggested that. However, AllStars turned everything around for that second game. Benjamin getting 2 solo
10
kills
seconds
on
remaining.
Mago before the 5-minute mark.
5
Everything just
seconds
came together.
remaining.
Zaza continually found the farm, and they were able to outplay Waska, particularly in some of those team fights, and even particularly before some of those team fights even started. Now, though, it is a completely new game, and hopefully Waska don't invest 5 heroes into that wombo combo, right? Just 5 heroes with more than 100-second cooldown on their ultimates feels quite shaky. Speaking of shaky, AllStars will grab that Earthshaker as their first pick, the Rubik and the Tusk to also come out as the second and third pick, and Waska right now have the Mars, have the Snapfire. The Snapfire is, of course, I think we've seen the Snapfire for the 2 games, and I think we
5
are going to
seconds
we can expect to see more of the Snapfire coming out as the tournament goes on. Particularly when you do find inspiration from some of those bigger tournaments, and you look towards replicating some of those picks, right? You see that the Snapfire being
Radiant
incredibly
team
strong. Waska will pick up the Pugna as their third pick, and AllStars, this Rubik, right? When you talk about some of the spells that this Rubik is able to steal up, there's not a whole lot, right? You aren't exactly going to come out with the Mortimers unless the Snapfire is too close to the team fight. And then you have the Pugnas, whose Nether Blast you can steal. The Decrepify is a great spell as well, but there's the big spell that you can steal, which is relatively easy to steal as well. It's the Doom. It's the because the Doom now has to
10
switch things
seconds
up.
remaining.
Now he can't start things off with the Scorched Earth. He has to go in, use the
5
Doom, and
seconds
then
remaining.
pop the Scorched
Dire
Earth. It's
team
a
back.
change in how you prioritize your spells. Of course, AllStars are going to immediately
team
pick up the Medusa, because the Medusa is one of those strong heroes that doesn't actually care about the Doom on the other side, doesn't rely on healing, doesn't rely on HP, is entirely reliant on that mana shield. And of course, one of the less talked about aspects of the Medusa
10
is the
seconds
fact that
remaining.
mana shield absorbs all types of damage equally,
5
whether it's pure,
seconds
whether
remaining.
it's magic or physical. The Doom is pure in this instance, but
Radiant
the
team
amount of
back.
mana burned to the shield itself is going to be the same, irrespective of whether it's a Nether Blast's magical damage or a physical damage, coming out from Waska's carry pick. Of course, it is going to be a Doom on that carry position now that I'm looking at this draft with a bit of an open view, because you
10
have the Mars
seconds
already
remaining.
for the off lane. So now Waska are going to be playing that Doom on Pike, and we'll see
5
what their
seconds
mid lane
remaining.
has to offer against what I presume to be an Earthshaker on the mid, right? There's no real way around it, unless you want to be playing an Earthshaker on the off lane, which is not the right idea. AllStars will still ban out an Anti-Mage, surprisingly, even though there really isn't a potential for Waska to be switching things around on their cores unless they want to play a Doom on the mid lane, right? Which would be surprising. Although I say that, but Doom can actually do pretty well against the Earthshaker 1-1. I mean, just spam out those Infernal Blades, spam out the Scorched Earth, It's not a spammable ability, but just constantly uses Scorched Earth. Doom can pick up a bottle as well. Doesn't sound all that terrible to have a power rune for those ganks. So maybe Waska can play the Doom on the mid lane. I don't think that's what they are going to go for because the anti-mage has been taken out. And if you want to go for a strong hero that burns away the mana shield, the only one that's left is that Phantom Lancer or maybe that Ursa, right? Just one of those two heroes. And AllStars should ideally look towards banning out a mid laner, and it should be a Spirit that gets banned right now. Just take out the Storm, or maybe take out the Ember. Currently, they are thinking about this. And still thinking about their lost man. Ideally, I mean, if you want, it should be a Spirit ban. I mean, I keep going back to the Spirit. Although I say that, but the puck is still in the pool, so you may want to actually ban out the puck as well, right? If you're Waska, the Arena plus the Snapfire's Mortimers, the puck is a deadly combination against AllStars. It will disable your blinks as well. The puck can solo kill the Rubik, so it seems like an incredibly strong pick right now for Waska. So you want to ban out that Fairy Dragon. Are they going to let the reserve time go out? Is that what's happening? I think that's what's happening. No, they will ban out the Huskar. Okay. Didn't want that sneaky pick to be coming out. But Waska could actually go for a sniper right now on their mid lane. Sniper does very well against the Medusa, simply because the Medusa doesn't have the range. You can also build up the Diffusal Blade on the Sniper. It's not exactly a standard item build, but it does do well in this game in particular. You can throw out the Shrapnels to block out the Earthshaker from coming in with the Echo. Not to mention, landing the Echo on a Sniper is incredibly hard because normally the Sniper is going to be on that backline, and then you have the Mars, so that Arena will be doing pretty well. But AllStars, it seems like they are going to play this Earthshaker on their off lane, and it's not going to be a mid lane Earthshaker. They will pick up the Ember Spirit instead. So Waska, maybe you just pick the puck up. Or maybe you go for the Storm. Either way, it's puck or Storm. Just pick it and be done with it, in my opinion. Don't actually have a lot of time. Do have 50 seconds of reserve time. So Waska were holding on to their reserve time quite well. Let's see what they will be going for. Still though, about 10 seconds of time left. And now it's down to about 3 seconds. So Waska, they will need to pick. They waited about 1 second and they will go for the Dragon Knight. So not really. I wasn't really correct in my predictions. It is a interesting hero to be playing on the mid lane, particularly when you had the puck and you had the spirits up as well, the Void and the Storm. The reason I think this is a bit of a dubious pick is because Medusa is a natural Scotty builder. Once Medusa gets to the point where you have that Eye of Scotty, the Dragon Knight won't have much healing by his side. It does seem like it's a situation where Waska are playing with tempo, right? The Dragon Knight gets a Blink Dagger, Doom, irrespective of how much farm he has, joins the team. Mars will also be looking for that Blink and its initiations all the way through. The Pugna El Nisho has that Nether Blast, so once you have the Blink online, you just go for those towers. Get as many towers as you can. Force Zasa into this awkward position where he doesn't actually have safe buckets of farm or is boxed into his high ground. If you're able to take out all outer tier all outer tier towers, by that 30-minute mark, you are going to have your entry point into that high ground if you're Waska. At the same time, it's a 4 protect 1 lineup, as all 4 protect 1 lineups go, All-Stars will need to create space for Zaza to continue farming on that Medusa. It will be up to Benjamin once again, as well as Blessed Kid this time around on that Earthshaker. A playmaking hero like we have seen him on multiple times. We saw him making quite a few plays on that Night Stalker as well. So we'll see how many Echo Slams he's able to come out with. We'll see how many of these Sleight of Fists and or what kind of rotations this Ember Spirit is able to create, right? I do think that it's going to come down to that at the end of it.
Prepare for battle.
Let's see. Final game between both of these two sides. To decide who comes out ahead. And remember, Waska went against OG in game in the very first day of America's Convergence, and they ended up losing 2-0 to OG. 2-0 in favor of OG. So they very much have a point to prove. They should be the second or third best team in the tournament, but All-Stars are giving them a rough time, and it's all predicted, right? It's predictable results because All-Stars made it to the playoffs in America's Convergence Series number 1. They're no lightweights. All-Stars are one of the better teams in this tournament. And considering how stacked this tournament actually is, that's not a light statement to be made.
The battle begins.
Yodomi doesn't see all of these heroes coming in. Feeling wants to be going in. Throws out the shards. Catches out Yodomi. But another instant cookie coming out. Keeping Yodomi safe from those shards. And safe from the side of All-Stars. Medusa to go in for the TP towards the top side. And I think all of these lanes should be set and good to go. When we talk a bit about those lanes though, Doom plus the Snapfire, a very strong lane for the side of Waska. The Earthshaker, despite of having so much HP, and the Rubik, who traditionally has been a very weak laner, doesn't actually have too much to offer in this lane, if I'm being honest. Outside of the lift back, right, that's the one thing he can do. Fade Bolt, not a reliable ability to actually close out or actually do much in this lane. He will throw it out, but it's not exactly a situation where this Earthshaker or ASA will be coming out ahead. I do think as the levels go on, we might actually end up seeing First Blood ASA. He seems to have wandered too far off, and just one more hit will do the trick. Pike to get that First Blood in this third game between these two teams, and it's Waska to come out off to a great start. And this is something that we may see more and more happen, particularly if All-Stars aren't able to get themselves together in this offlane. They are playing from behind in this offlane. They don't actually have the heroes that can stack up against the Doom, particularly when you consider that there is a setup for the stun, right? The Scorched Earth increased movement speed is an easy setup for the Cookie to follow up with. Towards the mid lane, it is Benjamin as against the Dragon Knight against Mago. Oh. El Nisho dies towards the top side as it's All-Stars to grab the kill. And we may as well talk a bit about this top side because that's where All-Stars are actually significantly ahead. The tag team coming in from Feeling, as well as the fact that he has the shards to block in that Pugna, means that for both of these sides, their offlane supports are actually incredibly vulnerable. Micho simply can't got caught in with those shards, even if he has the Decrepify. the root coming in from that Gorgon, from the Medusa, may just hold him in place for the duration of the Decrepify, and Feeling can come in with the tag team. They can easily get the kills on the Pugna as easily as Waska can get the kills on the Rubik. Mid lane though should be an even ordeal for both of these two teams. Ember versus Dragon Knight. Neither hero can actually do much against the other. Of course, Mago will be slightly ahead because he does have so much HP regen that he can trade much better than Benjamin can.
No.
Another shard this time around. They weren't able to find it. There's the root. It didn't land. So that means Elmisho will be able to keep himself safe. Great positioning coming in from Elmisho.
You should rethink that.
Zasa needs to be careful. It's gonna get skewered to the trees. Has two mangoes to play with, so will be able to keep himself safe. But it's towards the bot lane that Yodomi was able to find himself with a double kill. And AllStars, they have clearly not learned their lesson from giving away the first blood. They will collapse on their off lane. And things can get very tricky for AllStars. Remember, they're playing with a Medusa. And despite of Waska playing against the clock, it is very much a situation where if they come out ahead in this early to mid game, they will be able to overpower the Medusa before she can do what she wants.
Even a master falters.
Another skewer. But it's a snowball that comes out. Elmisho has the Decrepify to play with. Unfortunately though, he doesn't actually have much room to play with. He will end up falling, but Zasa is going to end up getting traded out. That is not worth it if you're AllStars. You cannot lose your carry like this. You can't give kills to X on the Mars, who will have that early Blink Dagger. The Blink Daggers are what Waska are looking for before they come out with the all-out aggression. Oh man, it's a bit troublesome. Even though Waska haven't actually maintained any kind of lane equilibrium, it is good. It keeps constantly pushing in towards AllStars, and that naturally happens every time you throw out the Scorched Earth, to be fair. Let's see what kind of a timing this Doom is able to hit, Pike is able to hit with his Midas. Has gone for the Gluttony Facet. The 6-minute rune is approaching as Elmisho is towards the top side, but the Tusk is coming in, Feeling. If they catch Elmisho, he may end up being in trouble. The tag team activated the Searing Chains to come out. Mago to activate his Dragon form, but it's a snowball holding Elmisho in place, and he will end up getting traded out as soon as... Oh, rather, Yodomi is actually going to come in. Elmisho will fall, but Waska actually come out ahead with the mid laner, and they will be able to get Feeling down as well with one more hit. Waska coming out significantly ahead in this mid lane. And ASA needs to be careful. Sure, he has a haste rune to play with, but he doesn't actually have any kind of killing potential. And AllStars, despite of having the advantage on that Pugna, it was a great read coming in from Waska. Oh, nice courier snipe coming in from ASA though. Keeping the Doom's courier down. He did end up getting the phase boots, and it's not a huge loss because he doesn't actually have any more items to be bringing in. But towards the mid lane, it is the Dragon Knight. They look towards punishing Mago. That scatter shot isn't actually going to land on that Ember, but he was still able to get his Dragon Tail off. And now Feeling is in trouble, is going to get hit by that Nether Blast, but Elmisho is looking for the damage, isn't able to actually close out the kill. The Tusk will just be able to walk away, and both of these sides will be afforded that luxury. Of course, Elmisho will be able to grab that Observer Board, so a nice fair bit of experience going the way of these two supports. The 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom is available. They will be able... I think both sides... Oh, rather... It's Waska who came out ahead. Pike actually cleared up the Shrine of Wisdom towards the bot side. So All-Star supports are gonna suffer massively. ASA is just on that level 3 mark. I think this is one of those situations where the experience coming in from Waska is clearly giving them the edge.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ooh, Dragondale nicely being dodged out by Benjamin. As Feeling is coming in, he finds the shards, but can they actually have enough damage? Blessed Kid coming in with the phase boost and has the Echo Stand to play with. He isn't throwing it down quite just yet. Maybe he's afraid of the Nether Ward, but they've given away so much space to the All-Stars that they'll be able to get away. Mago throws out the Dragon Tail, and it really seems like All-Stars gave away too much space to Waska. They should have used the Echo, even if it meant the death of the Earthshaker there.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's looking tricky. If I'm being honest, it's a situation where All-Stars aren't being given much room, and despite of constantly bringing in some kind of a presence towards their mid lane, they haven't been able to make it work.
Under attack.
Almisho got inside of the shards right now. But Benjamin is coming in here as well. He's held by the Dragon Tail so far, but he should be able to take down Almisho. There is no life drain available. And ASA is going to come in here to make sure they get the kill. But Almisho got the last laugh. He was able to take down Benjamin. And the Mortimers are going to come flying out. ASA to end up losing his life as well. And it's a tier 1 tower that Waska will get for their troubles. They are hitting their win conditions. And sure, All-Stars have Zaza who continues to farm up, but you take a look at the net worth and it's the 3 cores from Waska who are doing so well for themselves. Zaza will be able to create that Yasha or maybe that Dragonlance depending on what's flying out. I will take a look at it later after Mago goes down. If he goes down, he's not going down. He's just going to be able to clean the Dusk up, and with the Pugna coming in, he should be doing safe, or rather feeling safe. 100 gold away from his Blink Dagger. Oh, the Doom just got used, blessed kid. He wanted to bait it out though, and he has the phase boost to play with, so he's actually going to be safe. The first Doom of the game not really working out for Waska the way that they had hoped. Unfortunately, the Rubik isn't level 6, so he can't actually steal any of these abilities.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower
A smoke.
is under attack.
From the 3 of Waska is the 2 mids, or rather is the 1 mid, of course. The Dragon Knight uses the Dragon Tail on towards Feeling. He is going to drop down before he can do anything, and now Mago uses the Blink Dagger to go towards the front line. ASA in the one in danger. The Stone Gates to come out from All-Stars, allowing them to disengage, but again, it's costly maneuvers from their side, as the entirety of the tempo is being built up by the side of Waska.
Has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
The towers they've been able to find, the kills they've been able to find, there's really nothing that's going the way of All-Stars right now. Benjamin, who had such a great game last time around, hasn't been able to find the entries as he was playing against the Dragon Knight. And there's very limited options that All-Stars have other than to fall back continue farming up on the Medusa, and maybe group up as 4. You need to play with the Blessed Kid right now. He is... I think that's his Blink Dagger flying out. Oh, a nice skill being found by Feeling. On towards Almisho. You have to take everything you can get.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And maybe AllStars go for a smoke. They really do have to. And I think they need to make this work. They need to get a core kill at the back of this. Perhaps the Dragonite, perhaps the Mars, but someone of worth. Blessed Kid. He's looking for the way in. Goes in with the Echo Slam. The Snowball is there as well as a long-range scatter shot coming in from ASA. The Vessel on towards Mago, but the Arena comes out in response from Waska. Mago will lose his life, but X will find the trade. Yadomi now the one in danger, but with Fight coming in with the Doom. This looks like a very dangerous situation for the AllStars. Their Earthshaker is going to be able to disengage, and a nice return Doom coming in from the Rubik will mean that potentially Benjamin just keeps himself safe. Wants to turn it around on towards Doom, but it's unlikely he'll be able to find that kill.
Top tower is under attack.
Overall, a 2 for 1 to go in favor of the AllStars, because all they really lost was the support. Oh, ASA got out. No way to actually escape that position.
Is under attack.
And right now, it is an Orchid queued up by Mago. They are doing a great job at farming up on their Medusa. You take a look at Zasa's net worth, it is at that second place position. He is just neck and neck even with the Doom, who has a hand of Midas. So the Medusa is doing more than well right now. Needs to continue with this pace if they want to keep themselves in this game, because it is a 5,000 net worth disadvantage that they are faced up against. The supports from Waska are just too farmed up.
Under attack.
Pike, he's going to get caught out. This may end up being the perfect kill if they're able to find it, but a nice cookie coming in from Yadomi keeps the Doom safe just for now. The Mortimers are going to get flying out, and that's to come out with that perfect arena. The Medusa in trouble now. Will be able to teleport away, but they lost Benjamin. They lost their Tusk. They should have predicted that arena to be coming out because they dove inside of the tier 1 tower. Mago finds the entry on towards Bleske, but I don't think he can actually get the clear on him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Both sides doing fine for now.
Radiant's middle
And it's
tower
Almisho towards the top side, just constantly throwing out the nether blasts. And this tower will fall unless AllStars come out with a response, and a response they will come out with. On towards the Snapfire, they will be able to take Yadomi down. Slight botched Fisher, but
I'm sorry, Mortimer.
they'll find the kill. May even find themselves Almisho, who... No, he'll just... Almisho with the jukes. This is a very slippery Pugna to deal with. And he's just going to stick himself towards the top lane. Wants to be taking the tower down. That's his one mission here in this game. Just take down towers, keep his cores alive. That is what you need to do as the Pugna. And there's an Orchid now built up on the Dragon Knight. So limited maneuverability for Benjamin, who just has a Kaya and a Vessel to play with. Sure, he is pretty farmed, but he has no defensibility. He has no defensive items, no EUs, no BKB, which means that this window for Waska, they will look towards opening up the rest of the game with this one item. Dark Mago, he blinks forward, but he's stuck inside of 4 heroes over here. X to come out with the arena, though it seems like they have found the entry, but it's a counter arena coming out from the Rubik. Benjamin will lose his life, but it's going to be a 1-for-1, a mid laner for a mid laner, but that heavily favors AllStars because it was Mago who had the majority of that net worth. 700 gold favoring AllStars as opposed to 400 gold favoring Waska, and it's even more experience to go the way of the AllStars. Mago getting a bit too hasty with that blink in. Feeling doesn't have a blink, but is waiting for Yodomi. Oh, El Misho. He was playing a very slippery Pugna, but he won't be able to make his way out of there. Will be able to take down a tower for his troubles before going down. Medusa continuing to farm. Has the Manta Shell as well as the Dragon Lance built up. As Mago doesn't have the Dragon form available, so can't actually make his way on towards the Ember. Maybe they want to go in, maybe not. They will find a cause for their troubles. As it's a lot of freebies that have been given away to the other side in this entire series. In this entire best of 3. Mago, he saw Benjamin, doesn't have the Blink Dagger for now, however, it's an Earthshaker that has been caught out. Blessed Kid doesn't have the Echo to play with and will just end up falling to Yodomi. On towards the tier 2 tower now. It's the lost outer tier 2 tower, and Waska have hit their win condition right in the center. They have successfully boxed AllStars in and have the rest of the map to play with. They can continue farming up, maybe go for the Aegis before they go high ground, or they can go for a slow siege. They have the Nether Blast.
Dire are scanning.
The scan will actually catch out Waska, but there's no follow-up. AllStars are a very long ways away from being able to contest 5v5.
My favorite.
Mago looking for the way in and sees the Earthshaker, and the Mortimers will mean the end for the Blessed Kid. Benjamin will be able to find the Remnant away. But it's slow burns all over coming in from Waska. 14,000 of a net worth advantage at the 21-minute mark. The one thing keeping this all together for AllStars is that Medusa, who continues to farm up, has the Diffusal Blade at the ready, and now is going to be looking towards that Ioscadi. If AllStars are able to get to that one item, they will be able to fight back despite of the net worth disadvantage, despite of everything. It is at the end of the day a Medusa against the 5 of Waska. A Medusa, a carry Medusa against a carry Doom, by the way. And the carry Doom doesn't do as much.
Radiant are scanning.
Zasa. Mago.
Are scanning.
It's a full 5v5 clash. The Stone Gaze is available, but an arena from X actually holding AllStars inside of that arena. Zasa comes out with that Stone Gaze finally. It's a bit of poke and prod from both of these two sides. The Medusa still holding strong in that team fight. But Blessed Kid comes in with the Echo Slam. But AllStars, they are crumbling inside of this triangle. Benjamin, the only one alive, is going to lose his life. And the two supports are the only ones to make it out of this. Mago is still holding strong. Throws out that Orchid. And now is going to be making his way to clean the rest of them up. It is a team wipe. It is an ultra kill coming out from Waska. As a Tusk did end up going for the buyback.
Dire's middle tower is
And
under
AllStars, they got hasty with their decision to fight.
structures are
They
fortified.
should have waited. They should have farmed up more on that Medusa, gotten the Eye of Scotty. As even with that information, even when they saw each other, had a bit of a stare down before they all went in it. The ultimates coming out from Waska are just too strong right now. You need something to burn through the armor, the coating from Mago. AllStars though, they are respawning and they look towards punishing Mago, who did overstay his welcome here, and he is going to be abandoned by his team as this is a position where he won't be able to escape from. Benjamin to pick up the mega kill. Bless kid.
Supplements.
Going for a bit of sightseeing as he wanted to go for anyone who was caught out. Waska will not be able to actually take down the racks. AllStars will be able to hang on to those. Oh, X couldn't find the entry. However, Pike comes in with the Doom. ASA will be easily able to clean
Radiant's
the Rubik
bottom
up.
tower is under attack.
And the rest of them, I think AllStars have to disengage from this position. Fielding won't be allowed to do so. That is going to be a dieback for this Tusk if he dies. He will be able to make it out. But Pike, he is
Radiant's
very
bottom
convinced
tower
on
is
wanting
under
to
attack.
actually push on ahead. Does he want to be going for the blink forward? Will launch his Doom. And Blessed Kid will end up losing his life.
School given.
The Hurricane Pike, a Hurricane Pike now built up by Mago. The Eye of Scotty is very far away from for this Medusa. And again, they need to get to that item.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
A lot of towers still stand for Waska. The tier 1 towards the top, the tier 1 towards the bot side is so healthy. Benjamin hasn't been able to itemize past that Kaya and Vessel. Ooh. Blessed Kid falls towards. That was without the Doom being used. Ah. It's rough for AllStars. Okay, I was wrong. Benjamin actually had an item in his courier, so he has an entire Lincoln Sphere. He's not going to get doomed up if he's careful, right? Should just look towards finding the Sleight of Fist or Remnant outplay once that Lincoln gets popped, because you know you're going to be the Doom target. It's not the Medusa. There is only one Doom target in this game. That's the Ember. Or maybe the Earthshaker. If Waska want to secure their make sure the Echo Slam doesn't come out.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Roshan now going to get cleaned up by Waska, and they have a shield room that they have left towards that top lane, which means that they intend to go high ground as soon as they pick up this Aegis. It's the first Roshan of the game.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Has a BKB, or will have a BKB up soon. AllStars are expecting the big push, and Zasa is still far away from his Scotty. Barely so. He needs about 1,000 gold before he's able to build that one up. Once you have that, perhaps you can go for a fight. Pike, though, maybe looking for the entry. He goes on, he sees anyone, he's gonna go in on them because he has the BKB up. It's a full 9-second BKB, which means that outside of the stone gates, you can't reverse it on towards the doom. Right now, they are thinking about how they want to go in, and AllStars are playing this so careful, and this is the right idea. You want to be making sure you don't take a fight against the Aegis. And now Zasa, with the Eye of Scotty, this is the big timing for AllStars. If they want to go for a 5v5, they can. All really depends on that arena, which has been so troublesome for AllStars up to this point. Hey, SA really needs to be careful. Instantly being pinged out there. Oh no, the Doom found him. And he won't be able to make it to the other side. He will end up falling. Doesn't have, or rather does have, the buyback. So it's not the worst thing in the world. In the end, he also respawns, but before he respawns, it seems like Waska want to go all in. The arena to come out, everything happening so quickly. The Medusa is still safe though. Able to activate the stone gaze, but has ran out of mana right now. They can't keep the Medusa alive. She's gonna fall. The dieback on the Rubik, and everything collapsing for AllStars. They will lose Benjamin as well. He does find the Slide of Fist as well as a Remnant out, but can he make it back to his fountain? And oh, he caught Elmisho with the double kill. And the racks, the double barracks are completely open for Waska if they want to make a play for those. There are no buybacks to be coming in apart from the one on Benjamin. Blesskid couldn't find the entry for his Echo Slam as well, and this may be it for AllStars. They may have to give up the game here because they're going to play against Mega Creeps. They couldn't even take the Aegis down. They couldn't find a single kill. Certainly not the way that AllStars envisioned it. They thought, or rather I thought, with the Eye of Scotty, they could have held on, but the Medusa was too far forward. I think AllStars overestimated the potency of that mana shield in that front line. Can't survive when you are faced up with so much fuel coming in. They won't get Mega Creeps, but it's just going to be one measly barracks holding them from certain defeat.
Invisibility.
Mago now has his BKB. The pipe up on the Mars. They're going to go for a 4-man smoke. And Zasa's position doesn't exactly spell confidence for me. Oh no, X sees him. They aren't going to go in though, but it is still a 5-man maneuver inside of the smoke of the seed, and AllStars They aren't going to see this one coming. The arena starts things off, and instantly the 4 of Waska blink on top, and this Medusa is done for. AllStars don't have the buyback on their Medusa, and it's going to be over. In the blink of an eye, Waska decide to descend upon AllStars, and they will find it. Blesskid recognizing the lost cause. He will call GG, and the series will go the way of Waska, who certainly had a point to prove, and they will make that statement. After losing to OG, they now take the win against one of the stronger teams in this tournament. AllStars are no lightweights. They certainly, in that game number 2, we saw just how strong this lineup can be, taking down Waska. But at the end of it all, they chose to go for a 4-protect-1 lineup, but they couldn't protect their 1. They couldn't protect their Medusa in those team fights. The initiation from Waska just simply came in too quickly, and AllStars didn't exactly have any right hero to counter initiate. Once you have those BKBs up, Blesskid can't actually go in with his Echo Slam. Couldn't find the openings, but Waska were able to. Of course, guys, that was just the first best of 3 for today. We have an entire best of 3 lined up for you guys. It is going to be between Tortu Ninjas and Fantasy Gaming. I'm excited to see if Tortu Ninjas play at it again. And it's going to be Fantasy Gaming's debut in this tournament, so make sure to check that one up. We are behind on time. I believe we should have started with the series already, but this series took too long. So we will be back with that next series without too much of a break, in between 2 or 3 minutes, and we will have that series lined up for you. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned, guys. Welcome back, everyone, to America's Convergence series, season
remaining.
number 2, the second series for today between Fantasy Gaming
seconds
and
remaining.
Tortu Ninjas.
Dire
And
team back.
man, oh man, Fantasy Gaming have their work cut out for them. Now, I know Robo Z is a phenomenal mid lane player, and some of these other players out there as well. Fantasy Gaming surprised me with how well they played in the last season, but playing against players like Vitally,
10
PP,
seconds
Michael,
remaining.
this is a very star-studded
5
roster that
seconds
Fantasy
remaining.
are faced up against, and I can only wish them the best of luck. Tortu Ninjas, I mean, OG Latin America, Waska, and Tortu Ninjas, these are the 3 teams that I can confidently say will be making it into the playoffs, right? So, let's see what Fantasy Gaming will be able to do against the former players from Edge Esports. Tortu Ninjas, they pick up the Marcy. It's another one of those S tier heroes that are currently there's a list out by Seb, right, of the 12 to 10 to 12 heroes that are S tier picks right now, right? Marcy is one of them. The Queen of Pain is one of them as well. So we see both of these two heroes very hotly contested in TI. We are seeing the Marcy picked up regularly in America's Convergence as well, and we've seen quite a lot of Queen of Pain, both in the last season and in this one. We'll quickly just edit the Twitch name out for you guys because this is Fantasy Gaming and Edge, or rather Fantasy Gaming and Tortu Ninjas playing against each other. There we go. The name has been set out. Disruptor is banned out by Tortu Ninjas, and meanwhile, Fantasy banned out the puck, and Tortu Ninjas actually banning out the Disruptor is surprising to say the least, considering they could have actually picked that hero against the Queen of Pain. Does very well. You can just throw down a Static Storm and have the glimpse back for the Queen of Pain's blink out. But there's no point discussing on what could have been. It's on what is currently before us.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see, Fantasy Gaming.
5 seconds remaining.
They're looking for their
Radiant's
5th
team
pick. It will be the Ember Spirit that is going to be banned out by Fantasy. So far, the Void and the Storm Spirit are the only ones left. Of course, Tortu Ninjas can just straight up play with the Dragon Knight, combo it up with the Marcy, and you're going to be having a great time.
10 seconds.
Dragon Knight is one of those heroes that does very well against the Queen of Pain, despite of the Queen of Pain having that Shadow Strike ability. But Fantasy, they're going to go for the Dazzle, presumably on their position 3, right? I don't think this is going to be a support Dazzle, but Tortu Ninjas right now, they can go for the Axe if they want to cut through that shallow grave with the Culling Blade.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of potential counters available for them, and they will in fact go for the other one. They will actually go for the Silencer, a hero that does well against both the Dazzle as well as the Queen of Pain. But I'm more interested in seeing what they actually come out with as far as the
10
cores
seconds
go.
remaining.
And keep in mind, Tortu Ninjas have ran the Marcy core before, so we might actually
seconds
see that come out here today as well, because Marcy, it does do very well. We see Enigma Galaxy play with the Marcy core quite a bit up for Ghost. I mean, again, Dragon Knight, Storm, Spirit, Void, Spirit is... those are the three heroes I expect on the mid lane. Could go for the Pangolier as well if you want to, if you really want to. As far as the offlaners go, I think you have a great Axe game. And as far as the carry goes, I mean, the carry, Nature's Prophet and Shadow Fiend have been banned out, so you have all of the other carries left in the pool. Tortu Ninjas, though, they are going to go for that Abaddon, a hero that can actually dispel away the Shadow Strike very easily with just one use of his Photic Shield on towards anyone, and can come in with a lot of sustain. I do wonder, though, if this is going to be an Abba as the carry or an Abba as the offlane. Because I think the carry Abba does as well as the offlane Abba, which is to say pretty well against up until that 25 to 30 minute mark, but then falls off really hard after that point. Doesn't scale too well in the late game. But Fantasy, it's their third pick. What do they want to be playing with? Now, they can pick an Axe, and nowadays, Axe comes with that flex potential, right? You can play the Axe on the offlane, you can also play the Axe on the support position. So you have multiple ways to play around with as far as the Axe goes. It's great for Total Ninjas as well, right? The Marcy with the Axe just does really well. But Fantasy, they seem to be countering out the mid lane very heavily. I think they're afraid of the mid lane coming out from the other side. But they're actually going to go for the Darkseer, which means this Dazzle is going to be a support rather than a core, which means that the Axe for Total Ninjas may not be as high of a priority as before. But Fantasy Gaming, they have all of their heroes apart from the carry out. It's going to be the Clockwork, and this is a pretty interesting lineup from their side. It synergizes very well with the rest of their heroes. I mean, the Darkseer vacuum into the cogs from the Clockwork, the Darkseer vacuum into the heal, or rather damage, the Shadow Weave coming in from the Dazzle, as well as the Queen of Pain Sonic Wave. So I love this offlane pick from Fantasy Gaming. But Tortu Ninjas, they will pick up their carry, and this will mean that this Abba is going to be on that offlane. A Gyro on that safe lane and Abba as their offlane, and the two supports at the ready. They will hold their mid lane pick up until the very end, unless, of course, this is the Marcy on the mid, which is never going to happen, according to me. In Dota, you never say never, right? That's the thing about Dota. You rarely ever have it's as No Tails said it around 10 years ago. He said it 10 years ago, and it still holds true for Dota today. Anything can work. And we're seeing that in TI, we're seeing that in some of these tier 2 to tier 3 tournaments out there, seeing that across regions, of course. But Tortu Ninjas, they will ban out the lifesteal, or rather, sorry, ban out the Morphling. Maybe they should look towards banning out that lifestealer from Fantasy, as Fantasy ban out the Void, and the only other spirit left is the Storm. Right, I saw a team recently try to play with the Earth Spirit, but you can imagine how that ended up working out for them.
10 seconds remaining.
It didn't end up working at all.
5 seconds remaining.
But for Fantasy, it's their final ban. And I mean, you've gotten this far. You've banned out 5 mid lane heroes if you count out the Nature's Prophet as well. And again, it is going to be another ban on a mid laner. It is going to be an Invoker ban. It will be interesting to see if Tortu Ninjas still pick up a mid laner and they dominate with it, considering how much emphasis Fantasy have put in towards Tortu Ninjas mid lane. It's that lost ban though, and ideally you ban out that Lifestealer, or maybe the Ursa. But it's the Lifestealer I'm currently worried about for Tortu Ninjas. Because Fantasy have a clear way in with that Lifestealer, right? The Queen of Pain, which can blink in, the Clockwork, 2 natural Infest Bombs, a Darkseer as well with that Ion Shell makes the Radiance a great item to pick up on a carry. And Lifestealer is one of the few carries that can or likes to go for that Radiance. But Tortu Ninjas, they will ban out the Terrorblade, And that leaves a
10
Templar Assassin
seconds
in the pool
remaining.
for Fantasy. Even though I don't
5
think the
seconds
Templar
remaining.
Assassin late game works out well against the Gyro, but you do have enough auras and enough save coming in from the Dazzle to make sure the Templar Assassin is a good pick in this situation.
Radiant team.
Tortu Ninjas though,
Admiral
they will pick up a
Kunkka.
Kunkka as their final pick on the mid lane. And Fantasy Gaming, a Kunkka versus Queen of Pain. We've seen this matchup quite a bit. The Tidebringer zones out the Queen of Pain just as well as the Queen of Pain is able to zone out a melee hero with the Shadow Strike.
10
Fantasy though,
seconds remaining.
it's their final pick. Let's see what they
5
want to be going
seconds
for.
remaining.
They go for the Troll.
Select your heroes.
Now, this may be surprising to a lot of you, but up until a few days ago, in the entirety of the Swiss stage for the International, the Troll actually had a 100% win rate, was picked 7 times and actually won 7 times. Which is insane, right? Considering that the Troll doesn't actually have an option of who to go on once you activate that Battle Trance. So a team should be able to take him down. This time around, let's see whether or not Tortu Ninjas will be able to do that. Fantasy Gaming playing with a lot of mid-game tempo, and with a Darcier by their side, they have a lot of control, a lot of auras that should be coming out. This is a good pipe game and a Crimson Guard game, so let's see which one he goes for. Maybe Lissex will even go for both of those items, as RoboZ will look towards creating some kind of tempo with the Queen of Pain, or do have a lot of targets to be going on towards, right? The Silencer, the Marcy, even the Gyrocopter in that early game, and it will be up to Vitally to provide that sustain. I don't know if you go for the Radiance on this Abba. Maybe you just pick up a pipe yourself. Maybe you go for early to mid-game fighting items, as the Gyrocopter is a greedy core, right? Because the Gyrocopter loves to farm, particularly in that early phases of the game. You're not going to be able to do much apart from farm, so perhaps Tortu Ninjas don't go for a greedy Radiance plus Gyro farming lineup. But game number 1 between Tortu Ninjas and Fantasy Gaming now up on your screens. I will quickly grab some tea, which is right here, so I don't actually need to go anywhere for it. And I will adjust the logo here for you guys. The beautiful ACS America's Convergence series logo.
With quickness. You
Previously
sail
was
as
black
on
and white.
ships.
Now it is a beautiful hue of silver and gray. TP on the Kunkka. Let's see what kind of a mid lane both of these two sides will be bringing in. It is, I think,
30
an important
seconds.
lane for both of these two teams. More so for Fantasy, because their Queen of Pain really is the biggest damage source of damage in the early to mid game. I think even up until the late game, the Queen of Pain is going to be the biggest source of damage. Right, the Troll will most likely be going for a Battle Fury, which means that, oh man, I'm actually confused now, because looking, I'll have to hold that thought. Vitally going to give up first blood to Lissex, and Fantasy off to a good early game start at the back of that first blood. The experience was divided between 5 heroes, but it's the gold that concerns me. 500 gold, 558 gold, 326 of which was picked up by the Darcier. The experience, of course, is negligible, 20 experience. So as I was saying, it's the Queen of Pain that really needs to be doing the heavy lifting for Fantasy, right? RoboZ, I have seen him in the previous season, a very good mid laner. I don't know if he's as good as PP, of course, who has been in the scene a lot longer, but RoboZ can really hold his own. Is playing a very tempo-based mid-lane hero as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if he actually maxes out that Shadow Strike, because particularly if he sees the ABBA going for a Radiance, right? If you see that, you just go for the max out Shadow Strike. And we'll be, of course, we'll have to keep an eye on what kind of rotations this Queen of Pain does bring in, because it will mean that you create space for your troll, and that is your one job as the Queen of Pain here. Meanwhile, bot lane, a Dazzle plus a Troll Warlord means that DM will be safe to continue farming to his heart's content. You have the Shallow Grave, you have the Shadow Weave, and that's a lot of heal. Enough heal that Vitally and Michael can't actually cut through this, right? So, despite of them playing a very aggressive off lane, particularly when you take a look at the Marcy. Marcy is both defensive and aggressive, but on the off lane, extremely aggressive in the laning phase. But I don't think they can actually get kills on this troll. Perhaps they can get kills on this Dazzle, but even that is going to come down to the Dazzle's position. If his position is if he just tucks himself behind the troll, just pulls, just does regular support things instead of playing aggressive, then there really shouldn't be any reason why this Dazzle falls. Towards the top side, you have the Gyrocopter as well as the Silencer. Gyro plus a Silencer. I'm thinking about this, but it really does seem like a situation where if the Silencer is cut out, and he doesn't actually need to be too isolated for that as well, because you have a surge into the cogs coming in, right? So this could be a lane where Fantasy can hope to get some kind of a kill. Of course, we'll need to be careful because Pro can, with the battery, with the Rocket Barrage, can turn things around on towards the Clockwork and Darkseer, and they may find themselves in trouble without even realizing it. Let's see though what they'll be able to muster up. So far, it is going to be on the mid lane. PP is actually taking quite a bit of harass from this Queen of Pain. The Tidebringer not really coming into as much use as I had previously expected for PP. He's just going to constantly take these Shadow Strike hits every single time he tries to come close to this lane. And there's not a whole lot you can do if you are unable to maintain the lane equilibrium as well. There's such a short window in the mid lane to actually maintain the lane equilibrium. Ooh, Destroyer was actually looking for a way in, won't be able to find it. They'll be able to drag away the creeps though, and will be able to burn away a fair bit of mana away from Moose and Pro, but so far so good for, I think, both of these sides. They're able to consistently muster up the lost hits. So Darkseer, Lissex is the one person who doesn't actually have that many lost hits. Even the Kunkka on the mid lane is able to maintain some kind of CS to his name. The Darkseer, meanwhile, is just on 12 as compared to his opposing offlaner, the ABBA, who is on 17 lost hits. Dazzle needs to be careful, but again, tuck yourself behind the troll and you are going to be good to go. DM now on has the phase boots available, and Vitally doesn't have boots of speed. So Vitally is the one who needs to be careful now. This troll can actually just overpower him, as it seems like Vitally is going for the Dom build, the Helm of the Dominator.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Water Rune collected by RoboZ, as PP gets the Water Rune over on the other side. So far so good for both of these mid laners, but towards the top side, Moves in trouble inside of the cogs. Destroyer should be able to grab the kill. Lissex will. It is going to be a trade though. Destroyer will fall, and if Pro is able to get this second kill, this is going to be a bit of a disaster for Fantasy Gaming, but they will be able to make it out alive. Pro won't be able to grab the kill. It is going to be a 1-for-1, but with the first blood having gone the way of Fantasy already, this makes it a trade that's not really worth it. That one is though. That is a clear win for Fantasy, able to take down Vitally on the ABBA, and they are off to a very good start. All they have to do is continue the momentum. Of course, Moose is here over on the mid lane, will also take away the vision from Fantasy. And with both of these supports positioned here, it doesn't seem like the Power Rune will go the way of RoboZ. It really seems like Torture Ninjas have identified the one hero that can create space for their troll. It is the Queen of Pain, and they look toward disabling RoboZ's ability to gank some of those side lanes. Six-minute Power Rune is going to spawn towards the top side. I don't think they can take RoboZ down. Destroyer, however, is level 2 currently. Has the cogs to buy some amount of time for the Queen of Pain to be coming in. RoboZ, will he actually find the shield rune? He does, despite of the fact that Torture Ninjas brought in both of their supports. Fantasy Gaming, they are playing incredibly well right now. They may even continue to do even better as Moose has walked inside of the cogs. The rebound coming in from Michael will mean that the silencer will keep himself safe as they look towards turning things around, but this could end up spelling trouble for Michael. He doesn't have the rebound available. It's going to take quite a lot of damage from the poison touch. PP will have to come in to create some amount of distance, and that is going to be 4 heroes from the side of Torture Ninjas in this position. That's going to give a lot of space away to DM to try and steal away the Shrine of Wisdom. Vitally falling incredibly low, doesn't have it borrowed time. Michael now in this position, but DM has his Battle Trance at the ready, but he's silenced right now, unable to actually activate it. And if he got off that Battle Trance, he could have actually turned it around, perhaps even gotten himself a double kill and forced away Michael from that Shrine, but just a tad bit too late. Or rather, it was an effective silence coming in from Moose, disabling the Battle Trance and doing a fair bit of damage control. However, right now towards the top side is 3 heroes on this gyrocopter, and there's not enough damage control to be found for Torture Ninjas. They will lose their carry towards this top lane 8 minutes in, and it seems like Fantasy Gaming are able to apply pressure on all of these lanes simultaneously even. Things looking very good for Fantasy, as they'll even be able to grab themselves up with an Arcane Rune on the Queen of Pain. He has the Sonic Wave at the ready as well.
Coin for me.
So RoboZ, maybe he looks towards making some kind of an engagement. He has a Shield Rune to play with. He has 2 Power Runes. He sees Marcy. He sees Michael. And I think he's going to throw out his Sonic Wave. Yeah, it's the Arcane Rune. So that means that Sonic Wave is on an 82-second cooldown. It'll be back up in about a minute. So he can make that play again if he wants to. Troll, DM. X mark down. It really seems like he's wandered a bit too far off. He seems a bit lost in the woods there. DM is going to end up dying, and that is space being given away to Torture Ninjas. Fantasy couldn't have come in for the counter initiation, and DM really needs to be careful. His team is doing quite a lot to make sure he has a good game. And you don't want to let your team down, not in this way. I mean, Lissex is creating space towards the top side. RoboZ able to create space towards the mid lane. And all DM really needs to do is safely farm away to make sure Fantasy stay in this game. But it's Torture Ninjas who are able to apply pressure towards this bot side tier 1 tower. And they'll be able to take it down. The Darcyr is a slow tower pusher. Even with the Helm of the Dominator coming in, they'll be able to apply some kind of pressure, but not enough to be able to take it down. Oh, bro. He actually has come in the right way around alongside Michael simultaneously, and Destroyer has to find the exit here, but I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. The Blood Grenade to slow him down, and Michael has the dispose available. We'll just bring him back, and a hit or two will do the trick. Not exactly one punch man, but it's a few punches man. It's a few punches Marcy. Queen of Pain has the blink out. There is no global silence, so currently Vitally not in any mood to be making a Radiance. Perhaps it's the Kunkka to go for the Radiance. We will see. It's a multiple heroes that can actually create the Radiance, so let's see which... I do expect one to at least come out. Because you really do need it this game. Against a Troll Warlord who functions with attack speed,
Radiant's
right?
middle tower
Just
is
make
under
sure that a
attack.
few of those hits miss. You make sure that a few of those roots don't come out either. But Destroyer doesn't have the hookshot available, but he does have the Surge. Michael doesn't actually need to do anything to keep their gyrocopter alive. They'll just be able to walk on back, and DM once again in trouble. He will end up falling for the third time now, and it is Fantasy Gaming who are on the back foot. They will have to get away. They will be able to do so, but it's an expensive one. It's an expensive disengage. Things are snowballing out of control. RoboZ though, he comes in. Where is the ABBA? Currently just farming away. It turns out they will have to dispose the rebound to keep Pro safe. DM. All things considered, he is very close to his Battle Fury. So, he surprisingly has found the farm despite dying these 3 times. Oh no. A Dom creep to be cleared up as well as Pro now has the Chrysalis available. I think that's his second... Oh no, that's his first component of the Aghanim Scepter complete. 2,000 of a net worth advantage as the kill feed has been died out by Torto Ninjas. As they have found the recovery. So far, the RoboZ, outside of that 1 kill on the Silencer, or rather, outside of that 1 kill on Michael on the Marcy, he hasn't been able to find more. He hasn't been able to do much apart from that. Even though he came in towards the top lane to try and make a kill happen. And I am a bit worried for Fantasy right now. They're farming, sure. The DM now has a Battle Fury, so this will be a very farm troll towards the later part of the game. But what I'm seeing is
Middle tower is under attack.
Fantasy coming in with weak synchronized or weak coordination. But Proto Ninjas, when they make a move with multiple of their heroes, they seem to gel together very well.
Radiant are scanning.
Robo now has the Invis rune. Will make their way towards PP, but needs to be careful. Immediately goes for the blink out. He realizes that there is a global silence on the other side, and so wants to be playing this more careful. Moose, on the other hand, all he really needs to do is press that global silence when the Queen of Pain goes in, or when his team calls for it. Vitally queuing himself up that Radiance, as right now the Kunkka is focused on that Blade Mail. But it's the towers that are under threat. They'll be able to take down a mid lane tower, and Fantasy aren't able to pressure some of the other towers. Even the topside tower that the Darkseer was on is still at about half HP. And this spells trouble. Because the last tier 1 tower is up for grabs for Torto Ninjas over on the top side. It is also healthy, but if Torto Ninjas stack up, they can take this tower down. And it will be a question of whether or not Fantasy Gaming go for the contest. And I think they kind of have to. Because you don't give up all 3 outer tier 1 towers for nothing, right? You need to get something out of it, but it's also a risky exchange. You can bring your troll in. Oh man, it's risky decisions. It's risky, and I don't exactly know what the right way ahead for Fantasy is. If they defend their last tier 1 tower and it goes badly, they're going to be too far behind. This lead will be at least 3,000 to 4,000 net worth behind, because you're not going to be defending your tier 1 with just 1 or 2 heroes. You're going to be bringing in everyone for the defense. Ideally, everyone for the defense. Against the Ghost Ship and against the Global Silence, you really do have to. And Vitally, outside of being punished once or twice, has been free farming after that point. Taking a look at the net worth, it is 8,200 in favor of the Gyrocopter, who is the big winner of the laning phase. Bro on about... Oh man, he is so farmed up. is going to be going for his Dragon Lance, so doesn't really feel threatened to the point where he wants to be creating that Aghanim Scepter early. Inside of the Triangle, Destroyer has his hookshot available, so maybe Fantasy makes some kind of a play. This amount of passive play doesn't really work out for them. The Gyro wins against the Troll in the late game, or even in the mid to late game.
8 knots and full ahead.
And, I mean, you don't make a move, you're going to give space away to the other side to be making moves instead. They see the entirety of these jungle, or rather these ancient stacks, and they will be clearing these up. Pro's even going to come in with a flak cannon. Thank you very much, as Tortu Ninjas will find themselves feasting on this triangle, able to clear away all of these stacks, and Fantasy left to stare. Not even going to find crumbs for themselves.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's like that one movie. I don't know if you guys have seen, but that one movie where there's a feast available on the highest level, and as the levels go down, it really depends on who
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
leaves what available for you, and no matter how much you try to coordinate. Oh no, DM. Global silence as well for good measure, and it doesn't matter. Even if you got the battle trance out, you would have fallen. Destroyer goes in for the counter initiation though, as Fantasy look to punish. They will be able to find Michael. But at the end of the day, a carry for a support, I think Tortu Ninjas are going to be fine with that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Lissex is gonna take the creep wave now. Is making his way towards a Lotus Orb. Surprisingly, no auras, just a pure Lotus Orb play. I think it's the X mark that he wants to cancel out. Moose just stacking up on experience over on this bot lane. Torrent is gonna send the clockwork up into the air, and PP descending upon him. Destroyer will be able to find the hookshot out though, so he'll keep himself safe. Oh, DM. That's a good kill to be finding, particularly as he was having a rough game. The silencer will fall. A dominating streak actually going the way of this troll, and that is a big one. He'll be able to make his BKB up soon, and perhaps then Fantasy look towards fighting, as ideally he wanted to go for the Sanj and Yasha before, or maybe even the Manta style as he's queued up, but because Fantasy are this far behind, you want to be going for the BKB and you want to be fighting as soon as you can. Robo Z, it's not worth it to throw out your Shadow Strike, and I am glad he realizes that. It would have just ended up being dispelled anyway. 8 and 7 on the kill feed doesn't really say much, and neither does the net worth lead, but make no mistake about it, Tortu Ninjas are significantly ahead, and you can really tell just how far ahead they are, as Fantasy will not be contesting this Roshan despite of having a Darkseer by their side. A full Aegis to go the way of the Gyro. All the upgrades for this one Black Hawk. Oh, Dazzle. We'll need to get away, but I think Tortu Ninjas, they will look towards pressuring some of these tier 2 towers. Or maybe they want to get a few kills before that. Right now they are inside of this triangle. Moose is actually going to find the exit, throws out the Arcane Curse, but it's just a bit of poking and prodding. Not really fully committing. I mean, they don't actually have a solid way in, to be fair. They're reliant on Fantasy coming in and them doing the counter initiation. The only other way to start off a team fight is at the back of that X mark. Nice play coming in from Fantasy to try and cut the wave, but it's not really going to matter as this tier 2, it falls so quickly.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The glyph is going to come out and it's going to be refreshed once this tower falls. So Fantasy are doing everything they can to keep this tower alive. Do they want to be going in for the defense? DM on that front line needs to be careful, but Destroyer comes in with the hook shot. He's on that front line, but Tortu Ninjas, they're able to hold strong just for now. The call down comes out. RoboZ holding on to his Sonic Wave. Can just throw it out for some bit of damage. The Aegis gets cleaned up. The Global Silence comes out in response though. But they've left this Gyrocopter. Pro is on that front line. It will be able to clean up Destroyer. But DM will make quick work of the back line. And perhaps now they make their way on towards this Gyro. But PP is here to play with the Kunkka. He'll throw out the turret, it will land on towards Blizzx, and the ghost ship is going to go out. But they don't have the follow-up. As RoboZ, perhaps he wants to be going in. PP does have the blade mail to play with. The homing missile is going to land, and RoboZ will have the shallow grave. He's going to be sent up into the air, and a few heals coming in from the Dazzle will keep him alive. A very nice execution coming in from Fantasy. They're even able to keep the tower alive. They took a fight against the Aegis and were able to take the Gyro down. And DM had the perfect idea of actually going in towards the backline, able to clean the Marcy and the Silencer up. And Fantasy showed some real signs of life there. I have been waiting for Fantasy to actually make a move. And even though if that move was defensive, it was an effective one. But Tortu Ninjas, one thing that I do like from Tortu Ninjas is that they know how to play objectives. Right? Every single time you see them making a move, it is towards some kind of an objective. It is going to be a worthless shard, though it is going to be just on that brain drain. Oh, RoboZ, will he actually be able to find anyone? Ooh, maybe this were able to swallow that Gyro, but this Gyro is slowly running away, and he sees the Queen of Pain. The hookshot is going to be there as well, and they have found the perfect kill. Gyro will go down as Tortu Ninjas, they disengage from that fight completely. They actually abandoned their carry,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle
and they
tower
will be
has
paying
fallen.
for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
RoboZ. Is it on another tier 2 that they're going to make an attempt? All of the 5 ultimates for Fantasy are there. You also have the Lotus built up, and the Crimson Guard is very close from the Darkseer. The big question is, will Fantasy contest this? It's a lot harder to contest a tier 2 tower towards the bot side than it is to contest a tier 2 tower towards the mid side. Oh, Dazzle needs to be careful. Will he find the exit though, is the big question. Has the Tumbler's toy. It's a nice escape found by him.
Is under attack.
Meanwhile, towards the mid lane, PP was looking for the X mark. Won't be able to find it.
Radiant structures.
Once again though, they have abandoned a few of these heroes. Michael will end up paying for this disengagement by Tortu Ninjas. He will end up being the casualty, and it's going to be a quick and easy kill found by them. Weren't able to take the tier 2 tower down. Destroyer, he finds the hook shot, but I don't think that was the right hook shot to be found. Blizzx goes in with the vacuum, but a global silence coming out from Moose. And Tortu Ninjas look towards disengaging as DM wants to be going in. Vitally incredibly low right now, has the borrowed time to play with, but they are waiting this out. The call down comes down as DM activates his BKB, wants to be going in, activates the battle trance as well, but a lot of space being created by the Gyrocopter's Hurricane Pike. As DM, he may have wandered too far in. He will end up being cleaned up as Fantasy Gaming have to disengage. They don't have their troll, don't have their carry, and they don't have the damage to continue this fight. overextending, getting a bit too overzealous with that one move. And I think Tortu Ninjas are just going to go back to claim what they wanted in the first place, that tier 2 tower. And they'll be able to find it. It's barely at about 100 HP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Crimson Guard is at the ready, so Fantasy Gaming, as long as they don't overextend, they do have the damage output and the defensive utility to actually sustain their high ground defense.
Radiant are scanning.
Do it with flair.
Dire are scanning.
Vitally now has the Radiance to play with, so a lot of mischance being applied on that troll. The burn from that Radiance will mean that at least a few of his hits will be missing, a few of those nets will be missing, so he won't actually have the catch that he is accustomed to. As PP wants to be forcing out the BKB from this troll. Won't be able to do so, but he has a full 9-second BKB on the Skunkka, and it's very difficult to actually take PP down considering the fact he has a Blade Mail as well. And
Radiant's
oh man,
top
this
tower is
gyrocopter
under
is
attack.
so farmed up, has a Daedalus to be playing with, and this is too much damage to survive. The Crimson Guard is going to soak up a bit of it, but it's not that
Radiant's
much.
top tower is under attack.
DM to go head on versus the gyro, but is this a position you want to be in? Lissex actually found the vacuum. The majority of the heroes aren't there, but a gyrocopter will just go for the TP out, and so will DM. So, or rather, so will the Marcy. So this move by Fantasy didn't really work out for them the way that they had hoped. But maybe they pressured the tier 1 tower towards the bot side because they know that 2 heroes teleported back to the fountain. Of course, Tortu Ninjas aren't really showing towards any of these lanes from the triangle position. They will do so now. It's on towards the move, towards Destroyer. But RoboZ has an Aghanim Scepter to be playing with, has the Sonic Wave at the ready, isn't going to really throw it out. So he's going to leave his Clockwork for dead. Oh, that's a lot of damage coming out from the Sonic Wave. Moves will be kept safe by the Aphotic Shield. One of the interesting mechanisms from the Queen of Pain's Scepter is that every time you break the Shadow Strike, as in every time Vitally uses the shield, it sends out a Sonic Wave.
Is under attack. Are scanning.
Last tier 2 tower being claimed by Tortu Ninjas, and it's now Roshan that has spawned. So I think they will make their way towards the Roshan pit. There is an Observer Ward to catch out a smoke play happening from Fantasy. So they'll be able to see them coming unless they smoke from the high ground, which they will do so. So this is a great play coming in from Fantasy. The problem is Roshan falls pretty fast. However, Tortu Ninjas, they are expecting a counter initiation to be happening. They see DM. PP is going to go in with the X mark, with the Torrent. Of course, the Troll has the BKB to play with. The Destroyer will go in. The Sonic Wave will go out, and Vitally is actually going to get cleaned up. He didn't have his borrowed time. The Global Silence will come out, allowing Tortu Ninjas to disengage for now. But PP's BKB is running out. He is going to get run down by this Troll Warlord, and he's going to end up falling. Michael, the one now to actually go in, and he may end up dying too, but finds the Glimmer as well as a TP out. And that's actually opened up the space for Fantasy to be making their way inside of the Roshan pit. With PP down for about 40 seconds and the Abba down for about 20, this is going to be plenty of time for DM to take Roshan. Tortu Ninjas They thought they could outsmart Fantasy, but turns out Fantasy had a trick up their sleeves. But it's going to be not that effective of Roshan defense. However, Pro does have his BKB available. The only problem is he thought he could tear up Roshan, and he won't be able to. DM will just push on forward. RoboZ has the Aghanim Scepter, and it's going to be the death of this Gyrocopter. He can't make it out. And it's going to be a disaster inside and outside of the pit, as Muse will also end up falling. Roshan now on the way across the river, but I think they'll be able to clean Roshan before he actually makes it across. He will throw a couple of these heroes around, but oh man. DM now with the Aegis and Fantasy. They've completely negated the lead that Tortu Ninjas were building up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They might even be
Dire's
ahead.
middle tower
There's a
is
full
under
Satanic up for DM.
My house.
BP with the scepter.
Dazzle.
There's a BKB for the Gyro. We saw it in the last fight, but the problem is when it runs out, there's not a whole lot that this Gyro can do. The Queen of Pain RoboZ is doing a phenomenal job at actually holding, or rather controlling the team fights with that Scepter Shadow Strike. He's constantly dishing those out. The blink-ins have been perfect. He hasn't actually died a single time this entire game. And once he hits that level 20 mark, if he goes for the plus 100 Stream of Pain damage, which I think he should, he hasn't. He's gone for the minus 45 second cooldown on the Sonic Wave. But it's Fantasy who
Dire's
are
middle
barely
tower
faced,
is
or
under
are faced
attack.
with barely 1,000 of a disadvantage. One more kill and they will be ahead. They see Michael. Destroyer wants to be going in, has the hookshot to play with. The X-Mark will be there, but the Sonic Wave goes out. They'll be able to clean him up. And DM is looking for the entry from the backline. He sees PP. However, the Tidal Wave will throw DM back, but the 12 Warlord activates the BKB. This is another, perhaps an overextension, but the vacuum. The play is coming in from the Darkseer and Fantasy Gaming. They are going to be able to overwhelm the side of Tortu Ninjas. Vitally will be able to make his exit. But the Gyrocopter did not show up for this entire team fight.
Dire's
He's continuing to farm. I wonder if that is the right idea. The buybacks are not available for the Kunkka.
is under attack.
Or rather, the buyback is not available for the Kunkka. Oh no, they see the Gyrocopter.
Radiant's top tower is under
Teleports are
attack.
coming. Destroyer has the hookshot. The Shadow Strike is going to go out, and the creep is going to be cleared up. That's going to give the way for Destroyer to come in with the hookshot. And Bro is in a world of trouble. There is no way he makes it out of this one. Fantasy Gaming, they are the ones ahead of Tortu Ninjas. And they are in perfect control to actually close out this game with the Aegis up for them for about 2 more minutes. This has turned out into a very back and forth game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh no, Queen of Pain, RoboZ sees Michael as well, who's trying to go for the exit, but the Sonic Wave, or rather the Scream of Pain is actually going to go Vision on towards Michael. It's going to be a very slow burn, but RoboZ has the Sonic Wave available, but Vitally is there. Problem is, it's the high ground that is being besieged, and the Gyrocopter is going to respawn, so it's going to be a full 5-on-5 defense. However, the Aegis is in the hands of DM. Vitally, he blinked towards the front line. He does have the borrowed time available, so it will bring him back to mostly full HP. Destroyer is going to go in. The Global Silent is going to go out. The Shallow Grave will keep the Troll Warlord alive. The only thing is, though, they need to keep their Gyrocopter alive. He does have the Hurricane Pike to play with. RoboZ is going to be brought inside of this base. Has the blink away. It's a hard siege for both of these two sides, irrespective of who goes high ground. Oh. Clockwork goes in for the pause. We didn't have a pause in the start of this game, so we need to have one in the middle of it. And sure enough, Discord, I can understand. I mean, Discord, I'm on Discord, so a lot of the times when I have a co-caster with me, there are, Discord randomly stutters or starts stuttering, so you need to wait a bit for it to resume. 4,000 of a net worth advantage. I mean, Torture Ninjas, who were so far ahead in that mid game, really just those few botched team fights has turned everything around for Fantasy. There's a reason the Troll Warlord for the Swiss stage of TI had 100% win rate, and we see a glimpse of the reason why. Just very difficult to contest him inside of that battle trance. Has the Satanic to actually regenerate his HP. 3,222 HP up on the Troll. Silencer will have a refresher soon, as there are no big items coming for the Skunka. And Vitally it's past that 30-minute mark, so Vitally on this ABBA doesn't do nearly as much as he normally does. Meanwhile, Pro almost has a Satanic. If you hit that Satanic timing, right, maybe you are going to be able to defend. But if you want to guarantee that you'll have the Satanic, perhaps you give up the top lane of barracks, right? Perhaps you just let the Troll have it. This, of course, is not a regen rune. It is the Aegis regeneration coming in. There is a creep wave coming in, but I'm not too sure if they go in for the defense. I mean, actually, I think that this is the best time to go in for that, for the barracks, because you take a look at the other side. They don't actually have their borrowed time. They don't have their ghost ship, and they don't have their global silence. All you really have is the Fury from the Marcy and the call down from the Gyrocopter. Let's see. Oh, this actually has a Scythe of Weiss. If this Darkseer finds the blink in, he'll have the blink dagger in about 1,000 gold. So in a few minutes from now, hexes the Gyrocopter. It's game over, right? You take a look at the lineup for Torture Ninjas, and 90% of the damage actually comes out from this Gyro. Sure, the Ghost Ship does plenty. Sure, you have the Torrent, the Rebound, the Arcane Curse, a lot of magical damage, but you need your Gyrocopter up and running. The one good thing is, though, you have a hard Dispel on this ABBA. So the Scythe of Weiss in this game isn't exactly the broken item that it normally is. The Aphotic Shield will be able to keep the Gyro alive, but it's all a question of his position, right? Because we've seen Vitally choose to blink in rather than stay as the support. But he is playing the core ABBA, so you do want to be going in for the blink to create some space in those team fights for the Gyrocopter to dish out that damage. But it's still you know, it's at the end of the day, it's about what your role is designed to do. And you can't transition this to a support. If you transition this ABBA to play defensive, then I think that's actually worse than playing aggressive, because there's no one else to frontline. PP can go for the frontline for the duration of his blade mail, which is about 5.5 seconds, but after that 5 seconds, you're out of juice, you're out of fuel, out of nitros, so to say. I don't actually think nitros lasts for about 5 seconds. Most of the games that has the nitros ability lasts only a few seconds. The last game I actually played with the nitros ability was, I believe it was, and I actually really loved that game. It was Burnout Paradise, if you guys have played that game. It had this song by Guns N' Roses, Paradise City, which was a very fun game. Open world racing games really do hit the sweet spot. Almost as good as an open world RPG, because the racing game really just feels like you're really only doing one thing, right? That's racing. Not really doing a whole lot else. We will have a resume up soon-ish. Troll Warlord almost has hit his level 25, so he will have the Battle Trance strong dispels available, or Battle Trance strong dispel, so he can actually just break away at anything. The go call has been sounded, and it is time to go for Fantasy Gaming on towards that high ground. Let's see if Tortu Ninjas can possibly defend this position. Won't be able to defend their range barracks. May not even be able to defend their melee barracks. Destroyer wanted to be going in, but they're actually going to force the gyrocopter inside. The Sonic Wave goes out as Bro goes 6 feet under. They were able to find the troll. Vitality's borrowed time has been forced out, and sure enough, the Queen of Pain is up into the air, but they can't actually close out the skill. RoboZ will be able to blink out, and Fantasy Gaming will make their move towards the second barracks, because there is no buyback, and I think that Tortu Ninjas may have given up their game. That was the price of the defense. You lose your gyro, you will be giving up 2 barracks. And Fantasy realized that there may not be a buyback available for the gyrocopter. The hook shot is coming back online. Destroyer may choose to go back in, but I think that Fantasy are going to be playing this safe. Make their way towards the second tier 2 tower. I don't think that, or rather actually, Troll is able to destroy this tower despite of the fact that there is buyback backdoor protection. That is very interesting. This is a slow burn, but at the end of it, it is going to end up doing the trick. Meanwhile, the Darkseer from that bot lane, thanks to those ion shells coming in, will be able to push out the bot side tower. And it's going to be one last defense coming in from the side of Tortu Ninjas. The gyrocopter is going to end up respawning, but doesn't have the Satanic again to play with. DM has the Abyssal Blade. And Pro needs to be careful. Meanwhile, Tortu Ninjas are looking for the backstab. The fact that there's no dispel on this gyrocopter is going to send alarm bells their way. They are going to plant down that sentry ward. As DM is on that high ground, the backstab is coming in. Vitally. Problem is they don't have much lockdown. Destroyer is going to go in on towards PP, and now Diaba goes in as well. However, they haven't been able to keep their gyrocopter alive, and towards their backline, and Dazzle is also going to be doing just fine for himself. He will end up getting traded out. The question is, can Tortu Ninjas continue this momentum on towards the Darkseer now? But Abba, Vitally being held in by Destroyer's cogs. The Dazzle is just going to go for the buyback. Mega Creeps have been acquired by Fantasy, and without the buyback available for the gyrocopter, I don't think that Tortu Ninjas can keep themselves in this game much longer. With the rest of Fantasy Gaming approaching that high ground, it is going to be that throne push coming in. Tortu Ninjas, they really are holding on to dear life as much as possible, but 30 seconds without your gyro, DM takes these tier 4s really quickly. Vitally once again towards that front line, but it's a difficult target to actually take down. They move on towards the Dazzle once again. He ends up falling. This time around, it's a dieback. However, Tortu Ninjas, they are also losing their heroes. They're going to go for the buyback, but RoboZ towards that front line, or rather towards that back line, is able to hold strong, throw out the Shadow Strikes. Sure enough, Fantasy Gaming have lost 3 of their heroes, but it's such an expensive defense coming in from Tortu Ninjas. The Queen of Pain will just be able to blink away. Fantasy Gaming have lost 3 of their heroes, and they'll even be able... Tortu Ninjas will be able to find the entire team wipe. It does come at a cost of 3 whole buybacks. Or rather, it was just 2 buybacks on their side. But against Mega Creeps, I don't really think they can push. They are going to try and go for the one last push. Roshan is going to spawn in about 20 seconds. Or actually, Roshan has spawned. And the Gyrocopter will be making his way towards the Roshan pit. Has queued himself the Divine Rapier. Just wants to be going all in. They have plenty of time to actually take down Roshan. But I don't... Oh... No, it's the worst time possible. Roshan's actually going to make his descent down towards the bot lane pit. Now inside of the pit. Darkseer is coming in though. Lissex will actually spot out everyone out, and he goes in for a 3-man vacuum. There is very limited follow-up. The Troll Warlord is respawning, heading towards the bot side tower, and as Tortu Ninjas disengage from the Roshan pit, it does seem like it's... This chapter of the first game is going to come to a close, because DM will be running at your throne with an entire Aegis. There are no tier 4 towers. The throne isn't even respawned, as the couriers, they're going to start flying out. PP very close to his refresher.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Gyrocopter actually sold his items to be able to make that Divine Rapier, but he won't be able to acquire it, not in time anyway. Mega Creeps don't actually give you enough bounty. They're reduced gold. You get reduced gold. Pro Warlord. Oh, the hook shot. It was cancelled out. The Global Silence comes out as well. DM now in a lot of danger. The Grave, though, is going to keep him alive. He's going to be able to activate that Battle Trance. Has the Satanic to heal back up to full HP. The Sonic Wave goes out. But Fantasy Gaming, they have lost one of their heroes. RoboZ towards the backline now. Has another Sonic Wave to play with. Will throw it out, but it's not actually going to land on anyone. The Kumko will end up falling. And that's a dieback for that one hero. But the rest of Fantasy Gaming now on that throne. Can they stop DM from clearing this game out? The rebound comes in, but the rest of Tortu Ninjas, they are so incredibly low right now. They are falling, and this throne is going to get destroyed. The glyph comes out from Tortu Ninjas as Vitally blinks in. The Gyrocopter is here to clear up all of these creeps. And Fantasy Gaming, they need a way in. There is no more BKB. The homing missile? No. RoboZ is actually going to blink in towards that backline. And the Gyrocopter is going to lose his life. Doesn't have the buyback. The Silencer does though and will be going for it. But the throne is going to end up getting cleared up. The Rapier that the Gyrobot is in the hands of the Troll. And so is the game. Fantasy Gaming, despite of being 8,000 net worth behind, they were able to find the comeback and take the game away from Torta Ninjas. And whether or not Torta Ninjas will be able to mount up the comeback and take it to a game number 3, or if Fantasy Gaming, the underdogs for the series, will be able to clean sweep Torta Ninjas, is something that only time will tell. We will be back for game number 2 right after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the America's Convergence Series number 2, the final best of 3 for today. And it's going to be the second game between Tortu Ninjas and Fantasy Gaming. Tortu Ninjas in the previous game, despite of being ahead by about 7 to 8,000 net worth, ended up botching that mid-game. And Fantasy Gaming at the back of that Troll Warlord, DM, who was, by the way, had 3 deaths in a row in the early game, turned things around. DM was an absolute monster on that Troll Warlord by the end of that game, by that late game mark, and really Fantasy Gaming came in nicely together. RoboZ, in fact, did not die a single time with that Queen of Pain outside of that one death. But of course, Mega Creeps had been achieved, and that one death on RoboZ, we can write that one off. That was a stellar performance coming in from his Queen of Pain. Not to mention Destroyer with the hook shots. I mean, really just everyone from Fantasy Gaming playing very well. All of them coming in nicely together. But this time around, it's going to be a different game. Tortu Ninjas, maybe they will be able to consolidate their lead a bit better if they're able to get a lead in the first place, of course. Disruptor plus the Earth Shaker coming out from Tortu Ninjas, and Fantasy Gaming, they will go for the Skywrath Mage as well as the Dawnbreaker. The Skywrath Mage isn't exactly a hero that we see all that often. I do see the Skywrath Mage picked up a bit over on the Southeast Asian scene, but not a whole lot outside of that. Haven't exactly seen the hero at TI or the recent Fisher universe, but let's see what Fantasy Gaming have in store with this hero. Certainly can create a lot of tempo if you're not careful. This has a perfect toolkit, right? The silence available, a massive nuke available. Not exactly a nuke, but the Mystic Flare does do a whole lot of damage, more than 1,000 magical damage. And then you have the constant prodding coming about by that first ability in the laning phase, and you also now have an Ogre Magi. So Fantasy Gaming certainly playing with a whole lot of utility. Tortu Ninjas, though, they will pick up the Doom, and you don't have the option for the Medusa available. Tortu Ninjas did ban that one out, so you're going to have to play around that Doom now. There's really no other way about it. Dawnbreaker is one of those heroes that likes to come in to provide that sustain, but against the Doom, the Doom target doesn't actually take or doesn't benefit from any healing within the duration of that Doom. So Dawnbreaker won't have that reliable heal available. But Fantasy Gaming, they are still going to double down and pick up the Shadow Fiend. Against a team like Tortu Ninjas, I'm not exactly too sure about the Shadow Fiend pick, but then again, I started to doubt DM in the early game, in the last game, and I was wrong. I am not afraid to admit it. DM did turn things around. We will see whether or not this is going to be a carry Shadow Fiend, as I expect him to be on Fantasy Gaming, because a mid lane Shadow Fiend against a Disruptor just doesn't seem all that good. At the same time, a Dawnbreaker against a Disruptor doesn't actually seem all that good as well, because you can just send the Dawnbreaker back as soon as he comes in with that Solar Guardian. So a lot of reliability from this Dawnbreaker being taken out by Tortu Ninjas. Let's see though, I mean, when you get the shard up for the Dawnbreaker, Disruptor can't glimpse you back. There is that. It'll come down to how you execute some of those team fights at the end of it all, though. Tortu Ninjas now will be looking to ban out some more heroes. Fantasy Gaming, they are not expecting this to be a Doom on the carry position, because they have banned the Templar Assassin. So they're actually expecting Tortu Ninjas to come out with an offlane Doom against them. Let's see if that will be the case. Another interesting thing is Fantasy Gaming. I spoke a bit about the Ogre Magi. The Bloodlust coming in from Fantasy Gaming, 100 plus attack speed for that Shadow Fiend, right? So if you are able to get big with the Shadow Fiend, the Bloodlust, as well as a Fire Blast shield, right? The 80% plus damage reduction that shield offers for the 3 strikes on it, can just enable the Shadow Fiend to be a monster against Tortu Ninjas. And there's a lot of squishy heroes from Tortu Ninjas, right? The Hoodwink, the Disruptor can't actually survive that many hits. The Disruptor, Pushback, from the innate doesn't actually do much to a ranged hero unless they're super up close and personal. But at the same time, Total Ninjas, they have so much disable, so much control
10
against the Shadow
seconds
Fiend, the
remaining.
Earthshaker, the Hoodwink, the Disruptor, as well as the Doom. That Fantasy Gaming, I'm not exactly too sure how they plan on keeping their Shadow Fiend alive, how the Shadow Fiend actually plans on keeping himself alive. At the same time, you want to be banning out strong carries against the Shadow Fiend. The Nature's Prophet was already taken out by Tortu Ninjas, and all that's really left now is to ban out that Terror Blade if you're Fantasy.
10
Just
seconds remaining.
make sure Tortu Ninjas can't come with a TB. They have so much
5
frontline with the
seconds
Earthshaker and the
remaining.
Doom that TB pick would overpower you. You have a silence against the TB though, so they may not ban that one out. It's a pretty hefty May. Let's see though.
Dire team pick.
Oh, Fantasy Gaming ban out that Faceless Void. We've seen a resurgence of the Faceless Void, particularly that's entirely in TI though. Before TI, Faceless Void wasn't exactly picked up by any of the teams out there, but we're seeing just how strong the Chronosphere really is. Tortu Ninjas though, they will be faced up against a mid Tiny. Assuming this is not a mid Skywrath Mage, right? Because that could potentially
seconds
be
remaining.
Fantasy Gaming coming out with a cheese strat, a niche pick against the Earthshaker.
5 seconds
But at the same
remaining.
time, a mid Skywrath Mage against a Disruptor doesn't do all that well outside of the laning phase when you are grouped up and want to fight as a team. All the Disruptor really will need to do is pick up a Blink Dagger. But right now, Fantasy Gaming have a lot of frontline. 3 heroes, Ogre, Magi, Dawnbreaker, and the Tiny on that front line against Tortu Ninjas, who will pick up a Beastmaster. It will end up being a Doom on the carry position, an offlane Beastmaster, and it's going to be an Earthshaker on the mid lane. And no, it's going to be a Skywrath support. Robo Z will pick up the Tiny, and we will have a Tiny versus Earthshaker mid lane. A lane which is supposed to go evenly for both of these two sides, as PP, despite of having the enchant totem, can't actually break through the Tiny's high HP pool, and Robozy similarly though can dish out significant damage on the Earthshaker, but it's highly unlikely with both of these heroes picking up the bottle that either of these heroes are going to be pushed out. I don't think there's going to be any bullying happening in the mid lane. We'll see how the safe lane for Fantasy goes though, because we will expect rotations coming out. Tortu Ninjas really just need to shut down one hero, and that is DM. They have the Doom, which is a natural counter to the Dawnbreaker, so they don't really need to worry about the Dawnbreaker coming in. And we will probably have Tortu Ninjas, we will probably have Moose on Disruptor rotate through the outpost to take the Shadow Fiend down again and again. Right, DM suffered a bit on that Troll Warlord. This time around, he's going to have even less survivability on a hero like the Shadow Fiend. And let's see what Fantasy will be able to do. Tortu Ninjas though heavily investing in a mid-game oriented lineup, right? The Beastmaster for that push, the Doom to come online as well by that mid-game, and the Earthshaker. All you really do need is a Blink Dagger up for him. I will put on my headphones, and now that they are back on, let's see what both of these sides
Prepare
will be
for
doing.
battle.
PP has a coffin for his totem. Is that a coffin? I'm not exactly too sure. But he was playing a Kunkka in the last game. Can't really fault him for not being able to create the amount of plays that he wanted to be coming out with. But this time around, he may be able to do so. I mean, the Earthshaker is more of a reliable hero compared to the Kunkka. Let's see. Oh, Ogre Magi is going to get caught out though.
Seconds to battle.
He has a lot of HP to actually cut through if you're the side of Tortu Ninjas. They might be able to do so, but the Skywrath Mage is actually going to come in. There is a learning curve facet up for this Ogre. So he will be allowed to just walk away. A lot of blood grenades, or rather one blood grenade being thrown out, so that's minus 50 gold. that Total Ninjas won't have. DM can't be standing on that front line, has to give up this rune.
Battle begins.
But at the end of it, it will mean 3 bounty runes for going the way of Torture Ninjas. That's 200 gold for them, minus 200, or that's rather 200 gold not being available for Fantasy. So it's going to be 400 gold total exchange in favor of Torture Ninjas. DM is going to end up eating a bushwhack. The ogre is going to come in, but there's not a whole lot the ogre can actually do without any spells available. And Michael will stay in this lane, and I think Disruptor is going to teleport back, but this is a significant amounts of tempo being built up against DM. Oh, the bushwhack narrowly being dodged out by DM. And I suppose with a few tangos, he should be doing just fine. Having said that, neither of these heroes have actually brought tangos in this lane. The courier will be bringing the tangos in for the Shadow Fiend, but this is very rare for a position 5 to not actually purchase any tangos up. He will spot out the fact that Michael doesn't actually have a sentry ward, and he will block out that hard camp, which means lane equilibrium at least should go in favor of Fantasy, at least until Michael is able to find the D ward. Oh, DM unable to actually find the creeps here, despite of the fact he has the raises up. It's only a matter of time though before the ogre gets that level 2 and will have the 2 points up for the ignite. So this lane should be coming back for Fantasy. Meanwhile, over on the bot lane, we will have a pause for the entirety of the game. Or, I'm talking about the map and not... We're not going to stay here until the end of time. We will be resuming. Perhaps it was some Discord issues once again. But speaking about the lane, Dawnbreaker plus the Skywrath Mage, a very potent lane, particularly against Moose on the Disruptor. You have the silence to make sure Disruptor can't glimpse you back either, and Moose will need to be very careful. Of course, the Doom will be safe because he has that Scorched Earth, has a lot of HP, so it's very difficult to stack up the magical damage to take Pro down. But they can look towards making a target out of that Disruptor, to say the least. Oh, Moose, there's that initiation, and he's gonna survive, but no, Destroyer comes in with that one last poke, and will be able to find himself with the first blood going his way. Oh man, that was and again, even the Doom actually taking a lot of damage. This can snowball out of control, but Moose is actually going to bring the Dawnbreaker back in here. I don't think they can actually find the kill, but they will be happy with that. I think Fantasy are going to be happy with that. Mid lane, though, it is working out in favor of RoboZ so far, at least as far as the lost hits go. PP does have quite a lot of denies, 7 denies. He's almost denied 2 whole creep waves away from RoboZ. And RoboZ has actually grabbed up 13 creeps, so that's quite significant. Of course, RoboZ did go for the water rune, so I believe a lot of those denies will be against an absent mid laner. Ooh, Michael will keep himself safe, but ooh, Raze. DM is missing raises. 2 times the camera has panned on him, and twice now he has missed those raises. But the ogre Chan does have his level 2 in the ignite, has the bloodlust as well, so he's prioritizing playing defensive. But over on the bot lane, it is once again a kill being found on Moose. The Disruptor falls twice now, and this is not looking good for the side of Total Ninjas. They can't collapse. They can't have their safe lane collapse like this. Sure, Pro will be able to find the farm no matter what. I don't think that Fantasy can find the kill on him. But you don't want the Dawnbreaker to have that early Aghanim Scepter, or maybe even that early Shard. However, towards the top side, they have the board's advantage on DM. He will end up falling down, but not before he can get that triple raise combination. And he will be able to find the kill on the Hoodwink. And even with Moose coming in here, am not exactly too sure if they can take the Ogre Magi down. He has 10 stick charges. Will be able to activate him throughout the Ignite as well as the Fire Blast on towards Vitality. And with Destroyer coming in, there's going to be 2 heroes that fall for the side of Total Ninjas as well. Sure, they found the kill on the Shadow Fiend, the big prize, but it's a lot of damage mitigation actually coming out from Fantasy. And all the while that has been happening, they have left the Doom to fend for himself. Sure, it is a 1v1 on the bot lane, but that means that the Dawnbreaker will be able to contest the farm of this Doom and snag quite a few lost hits for himself as well. I think Torture Ninjas need to plan out these moves just a little bit better. If they're able to take DM down before the response comes in, before he's able to throw out all of his raises, perhaps they can get that kill. But they don't actually have any reliable stuns in this laning phase at the very least. Outside of that, outside of the Beastmaster hitting that level 6 mark. Ooh, that was a good kill being found. Bringing their safe lane back, able to take down Lissex. And the kill went towards the Doom. Oh, Skywrath, will he be able to find a solo kill here against the Disruptor? One more hit, one more pulse should do it. He will be able to find the kill with the Arcane Bolt and the last hit coming in. Pro will not be able to find the kill on the Skywrath. Could have thrown the Ensnare out. 1.575 seconds may have been enough. But now they are looking for a kill on this Doom, as Pro will just be able to walk that one away. It is HFN on the carry. 6-minute Lotus to go the way of Fantasy on both of these two lanes. And with DM in possession of the Lotus, he does have a bit of survivability. Oh, they may even want to be going in for a kill. The Fire Blast is going to set up for that third raid, and a few hits should do the trick. The third raid is coming about, and it turns out they may not need it, but will throw it out for good measure. DM doing so well on the Shadow Fiend. However, it's the Earthshaker towards the mid lane from Torture Ninjas that comes out swinging with a double kill. PP on having the time of his life. I mean, a killing spree being found by him, a solo kill on the Tiny as well. And that is a huge loss for Fantasy, but still something gained over on their top lane by being able to shut down that Beastmaster. They found their opening, they went for him, got the kill, and were able to make it out. However, right now, the 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom, DM is going to find the exit, as the Ogre Magi won't be able to do so. Will throw out the Ignite. This will spell the end for his life, as there are 3 heroes on him. And Chan will end up losing his life there. A nice kill being found by the Beastmaster. They do decide to give him the kill to find the return over here. A very back and forth game. I do think that PP with his Blink Dagger is going to be much stronger than the Tiny with his Blink, right? Because you have the Echo Slam, which is essentially a guaranteed kill every time you throw it out. The Doom comes out on a Dawnbreaker. However, the slow from Destroyer is going to keep that Dawnbreaker safe, so that first Doom not really coming in handy. In fact, HFN has to get away here. Destroyer is going to acquire his Concussive Shot again, and Lissex wants to be moving in. The Concussive Shot goes out. They will have the Vision on that Disruptor, and sure enough, he has the Glimpse, but won't be able to make it out with his life. It's going to be an easy kill being found by Fantasy, despite the Doom coming out from the other side. It does seem like Torture Ninjas find themselves sweating just a little bit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
There is the Helm of the Dominator now, and PP has an amplified damage. I think they saw the Earthshaker, maybe not though. He's looking for the Shadow Fiend, that is the big one. He did see the creep being taken out, the projectiles being thrown out by DM, so they know PP is here. The distance won't be masked. The Requiem will actually go out, so does the Solar Guardian. And this is a disaster for Torture Ninjas, as they lose 2 of their heroes, may even end up losing their Beastmaster because he doesn't even have a Boots of Speed to play with. The ultimate from Shadow Skywrath to me for good measure, as Destroyer finds himself that lost kill. 3 heroes, 2 cores falling for Torture Ninjas. As Fantasy Gaming, they are looking very strong in the second game. They were the ones to lose out in that laning phase. However, it's wins all over being found by Fantasy. Despite of the nice play, the double kill play coming in from PP. Oh, they might find themselves another return though. PP goes in with that Echo Slam. It was built up for him by those stacks. And Fantasy just got a little bit too greedy there. It's going to be another double kill. Or rather, no, PP wasn't the one to take down that Tiny, but it's going to be 2 kills. being found by Tortu Ninjas as they bring themselves back into this game and are doing very well for themselves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now they want to hunt DM, but oh no, Michael was actually able to make it out. The third raise didn't actually land on him. And Moose, does he want to be going in for that? Glimpse has the Static Storm, is going to drop it down. And then Vitally coming in with the roar. This is going to be a dead Shadow Fiend. The Sharpshooter comes out as well. And DM loses his life for the first time in this game, or rather for the second time in this game. The Skywrath now will make his way on towards that Disruptor, who doesn't lose his life, but it's so many of these heroes over here on this top side that even PP will join in and they will be able to find some return. However, the Tiny finds the Avalanche and the Toss combination.
Under attack.
There's an Arcane Bolt chasing after Michael. Oh, that's a lot of damage. With just 2 Null Talismans, he's able to stack up that damage. The Toss also comes out, and Vitally, he has a TP out. However, he needs to find a distance to be able to throw it out, because otherwise RoboZ can just clear up the TP. The Avalanche does get thrown out because Chan is here with the Fire Blast at the ready. Doesn't even need it. RoboZ will just swipe Vitally away. So Tortu Ninjas being punished for that 1 kill they found on DM. And Destroyer is doing some heavy lifting for his team. He made the plays with the Clockwork, and he is currently making plays with the Skywrath Mage. 7, 2, and 3 on the Skywrath.
Radiant's top
For
tower.
10 out of the 14 kills, near 70% kill participation on the Skywrath Mage. On the support position for Skywrath Mage. Oh, Moose. Or rather, Michael. RoboZ finds a toss, and they're making these plays work with just the pure abilities. No items up for RoboZ quite just yet. He is very close to his Blink Dagger, as DM is here on this tower, and without the Hoodwink available, I don't think you can make a play on DM. He will be able to come out ahead with the first, or rather the second tier 1 tower of the game, falling Fantasy Gaming. They are in control of the situation, are in control of this game.
Dire are scanning.
Now has the Mask of Madness. Will be making his way towards that Dragonlance. Chan to soak up some experience. He is gonna eat this gank. Much better him than the Shadow Fiend, in my opinion. And sure enough, they'll be able to find this kill. However, again, RoboZ was able to find Vitally. Just not having a good time on this Beastmaster. It's a trade, it's a support for an offlane, and DM really needs to be careful on this mid lane. I mean, sure, Moose doesn't have the Static Storm, but I think DM just dies despite of that. And Tortu Ninjas will be able to acquire the first tier 1 tower of the game for themselves as well. Destroyer, he ran inside of the lane here, so he's not actually going to fall back to the base.
Has fallen.
Oh no, the Fissure! PP's own Fissure is blocking the Disruptor's escape, and that's going to be a casualty in the midst of that disengagement. Slightly sloppy, but I suppose getting the tower was worth it for Tortu Ninjas. You want objectives, you want to open up space. Now the entry to the jungle from the mid side is open. If they can find this top side tower, they can open up the jungle completely, make plays on towards DM, shut him down. But right now, it's a play from Fantasy Gaming as they want to take down this Doom, who is farming away very close by. He won't be able to clear the stack, so he won't see this coming. RoboZ with the blink in, the Solar Guardian being committed as well for good measure, as they will be able to take HFN down and will make their way towards the last tier 1 tower that was standing for Tortu Ninjas. Without the Doom available, I don't think Tortu Ninjas come in for the defense. All the while, this is space being created for DM on that Shadow Fiend. Tiny takes these towers so quickly. And the Bloodlust, actually, the attack speed reduction, 35%, the Bloodlust actually counters that out completely, I think, by that level 4 mark. So that's an interesting aspect that we don't really see every day. And once this Tiny starts hitting some of those those tier 2s or those tier 3s with that full level of the Bloodlust, if he itemizes like a carry, I think Fantasy Gaming can actually get away with that this game. Helm of the Overlord almost on the horizon. Or rather, it's on the horizon. Vitally will be able to pick that one up in about 300 gold. And once you have that Helm of the Overlord, your ability to punish or rather push objectives is going to be there too. Oh, the nice Radiant Scan actually catches the Skywrath Mage at the edge, which will mean that HFN is able to disengage very close to his Radiance. So a lot of these timings are coming online for the side of Tortu Ninjas as well. They will have their items up. They have the Blink Dagger up for PP. They will have the Radiance up for the Doom.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A pleasant, if fleeting, sight.
Right now, Fantasy Gaming are actually farming in the jungle of the other side. Oh, they're going to go for an outpost play. If they make their way down towards the bot, the Observer Ward is actually going to catch them out. They smoked in the nick of time, though. They will see Lissex, but he threw the hammer out. PP wasn't able to get the stun down. The Static Storm does go out, but DM will be able to set things up with his Requiem that's going to come in, and this Earthshaker is going to be in a world of trouble. Can he find the exit? The route that's going to come in from Destroyer is going to destroy the Earthshaker, and Moose is going to be the second casualty. This play was not worth it. A smoke commitment. They found the Dawnbreaker, but they lose their mid laner from it. In my opinion, you can get as many kills on the Dawn as you want, but his only real job is to throw down that Solar Guardian. Again, you need to find better pickoffs. And you need to find more valuable pickoffs on that Shadow Fiend. Now, sure, they knew that multiple heroes were farming there as well as in their own jungle, right? So they kind of had to make that play. Just was a bit unlucky to run into that Dawnbreaker. No Roar going to be available. And it does mean that Fantasy Gaming may have Roshan sneaked out from under them.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oh,
is
Tiny
under
is looking
attack.
for the rune though. But yeah, sure enough, he's going to itemize like a carry. Has the Echo Saber built up. And it's going to be a Roshan that goes the way of Tortu Ninjas. And Fantasy Gaming will not expect this, will not see this coming. Perhaps though, they might actually make a move on towards PP. So the Tiny goes in and Destroyer with all of his spells. That's too much magical damage. And sure enough, the
Is under attack.
input goes out. The Roshan has been cleared up. The Aegis has been picked up on the Beastmaster, but it came at the cost of their Earthshaker. Now that's completely worth it for Tortu Ninjas, provided they can find some kind of a value out of this Aegis. You want to group up as 5 and take some of these towers down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At the same time though, DM is here on this bot lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They might just wait for the Earthshaker to, or rather someone, to come and defend this position. Because Destroyer right now does too much damage with his spells. Oh, they see the
Radiant's
Earthshaker
bottom
again.
tower is under
But
attack.
there's going to be a sentry planted down. So they know there's at least one more hero there. It has to be a support that planted down that sentry. So they are going to play this safe. This glyph is going to come out from
Radiant's bottom tower
Tortu
is under
Ninjas.
attack.
RoboZ is going to be in a bit of trouble if he walks on up towards the mid lane. However, it may be a play on towards Lissex. They see the Dawnbreaker, but they're walking right under this Observer Ward. Or rather, the Observer Ward didn't actually catch any of them out, but the teleports are going to come in from Destroyer anyway. And this Dawnbreaker, he's already made his exit to the tier 2
Radiant's
teleport.
bottom tower has fallen.
The bot side tower is going to fall. It might end up being a trade. However, Fantasy may choose to defend this. They will have to do so very carefully because the position from Tortu Ninjas is anticipating some kind of a teleport play.
Dire's top tower
But no, I
is
think
under
they are just
attack.
going to let this tower go.
Dire's structures are
DM
fortified.
teleported towards the triangle, so he doesn't actually have a TP to defend. And he is very close to his Daedalus. Very greedy build-up from this Shadow Fiend. Perhaps he's expecting that there's not much he can do with against the Doom as well as the Roar. So he's not actually expecting to survive much. He's actually... Perhaps he's trying to just dish out as much damage as he can in those team fights before he goes down. Maybe that's the play.
Dire's
I
top
think
tower has
I
fallen.
sense that that might be partly true, because RoboZ is also itemizing like a carry. Has queued himself up in Eels now. An
Dire's
Echo Saber
top
plus
tower
an
is
Eels
under
may have just went all in for maybe that Sanj and Yasha, or just complete the Echoes. Rather, he has the Echo. I always forget the name of this item, the Harpoon. I always forget it. I check it every single game and I forget it every single game. Mostly because it looks like a pike. 20-minute Tormentor is going to spawn. There's still 2 minutes left on this Aegis. And 1 tier 2 tower is not good enough. You need to take more tier 2 towers if you're the side of Tortu Ninjas. Tiny is going to go for the blink out before he can get glimpse back. A lot of items being built up just to provide some utility. Entire Solar Crest. The Solar Crest plus the Bloodlust, it is absurd amounts of attack speed buffs, movement speed buffs in fact as well. I mean, the Bloodlust gets about 12% bonus movement speed, the Solar Crest. Oh no, will Destroyer actually solo the Doom here? Thank God he got to keep Blink out. Because that would have been a very shocking thing if that happened. I mean, sure, the Doom doesn't have the BKB, but you don't want to be dying solo to a support at this stage of the game. This is a crucial mid-game timing for Tortu Ninjas. Fantasy Gaming playing this very brazenly.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under
They may
attack.
make a move on towards Vitally. However, this Beastmaster has a BKB, so he is in perfect position to actually stay on that front line. There is no other BKB though. The Radiance has been turned off. The Beastmaster reveals his position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get the roar off. The Tiny found the Disruptor though, who's forced to throw down that Static Storm. And now the Doom goes in on towards the Skywrath Mage. They're able to shut him down, but the Doom's taking so much damage from that Shadow Fiend. It is still losses for Fantasy though, but they have been able to take down the Beastmaster. And a Skywrath Mage for a core, that is a win at the end of the day. There is no Echo Slam, and he was even caught out by that Avalanche. The toss is there as well. The Bushwhack will hold the DM in place, but PP won't be able to make it out of here because he does have an Ignite on him. And will just end up falling through that raise coming in from DM. The 2 cores from Tortu Ninjas will fall. And even the support, Michael, will not, or perhaps he will be able to find the Scurry on out of here. That is, never discount the Hoodwink's ability to actually make it out. Right? He is a furry little ninja.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Perhaps the ninja from the Tortu Ninjas. The most ninja-like of the Tortu Ninjas, I should say.
Radiant's
I
top
forget what the
tower has
Master
fallen.
Rat is called from
Radiant's middle
Teenage
tower is
Mutant
under
Ninja
attack.
Turtles. Oh, Disruptor. Gonna eat a lot of those ignites. DM can go for the pike forward, but who needs a pike forward when you have the Tiny coming in? And now PP, no BKB available. He's just gonna melt to the Daedalus Strike coming in. Vitally trying to find the exit out, will be able to do so. However, they're going in for the chase. DM just does not stop. And RoboZ on the mid lane Tiny has been insane. 8,000 of a net worth advantage for Fantasy Gaming as they will make their way towards the high ground at the 23-minute mark. RoboZ, no fear, blinking past that tier 3. The glyph will come out pushing Fantasy out just for now. The Doom is going to be back online in about 13 seconds, but HFN really needs to teleport back to his fountain. These towers, they melt really quickly, and there is 5 Losting Presence stacks on the Shadow Fiend, so I think for Tortu Ninjas, they just give this up.
Has fallen.
And it's going to be a full lane of barracks being cleaned up by them. But is there a glimpse back? There is. Into the Static Storm. Shadow Fiend looking to turn things around, but I think he'll just be allowed to walk this one away. An entire Static Storm being used. And there will not be a secondary glimpse. Comeback potential. I'm trying to search for the comeback potential. Who would have thought that Torture Ninjas would be too old by fantasy? That's definitely a possibility right now. Considering an 11,000 network disadvantage that Torture Ninjas are faced up against. Vitally has a BKB, but we saw just how quickly the Shadow Fiend is able to cut through the high HP pools available on Torture Ninjas. 800 damage physical strikes coming about. And once you have that Sanjin Yasha, that's additional survivability. So DM is really not trying to go for a BKB or even a Lincoln Sphere. He's just going for all-out flat damage. Perhaps he recognizes that it may end up being folly if Torture Ninjas are able to get the right jump. And I think the right jump is how Torture Ninjas come out ahead in this game. If they find the Doom, if they find the Roar and a potential Echo Slam, you can never discount the Echo Slam. So if you are able to land those spells on fantasy gaming the right way, perhaps you come out ahead with the win. At least in a team fight. PP. Oh, Kyrath's mage. I don't think he has enough damage though. Oh, it almost came to be too close. Oh no. Okay, no, he survived. He survived. It was a blink out. It was a blink out effect that I was worried about. I was worried about this Lost Arcane Bolt actually clearing him out, but Destroyer, he ended up giving quite a bit of gold. That's around 700 gold that Torture Ninjas ended up with. I know you want to be... I know he's made plays all around, but as a support at the 26-minute mark, I think he should be taking a back seat. Let his team do the heavy lifting from now. Or rather, for now. An oh man, an Octarine core up for the Tiny. Insane. The amount of farm that he's been able to find. You take a look at the net worth, and all three of the cores from Fantasy are ahead. The Doom does now have the BKB, so you have multiple BKBs on your side. The Beast Monster has one. The Doom has a full 9-second BKB to play with. The only problem is you need to shut down that Shadow Fiend. Get the Echo on him, get the Roar on him, get the Doom. Throw in everything you have at the Shadow Fiend. I'm not sure if it'll be enough, but that is the right way. I mean, you can't afford DM to be dishing out those Daedalus strikes. It's just too much damage. Destroyer. Ooh, Fisher not really landing, and that's going to give the opening to RoboZ to go in on towards the Beastmaster. The hits are coming in, but the Shadow Fiend has been doomed up. There is no glimpse coming in though, so he'll be able to stack up the hits from that high ground. The Solar Guardian is going to drop down on top of Torture Ninjas as they are going to collapse right outside of the Roshan pit. Even the Beastmaster, he is being eyed down here. Avalanche perfectly landing with the toss to RoboZ on a monster kill streak, and inside of the Roshan pit, Fantasy will go. It is going to be a easy and clean Roshan, and with the Aegis up for the Shadow Fiend, they will head on towards the mid lane. We haven't seen a single Echo, and I think that's been... It's partly been because of the great positioning Fantasy have been keeping, right? Shadow Fiend constantly repositioning himself towards the back line. Fantasy constantly coming in with the saves as well. It's kept DM alive, and it has kept Fantasy in the lead. Now on the second barracks. The BKBs are on cooldown, and DM takes these towers very quickly. Especially coupled up with the Bloodlust. They may be able to take DM town, but he has an Aegis to play with, and if he takes down this Rax, he's gonna be more than happy with that. Oh no, the Doom went in. There goes the Echo though. They were able to find the one kill, but is that worth it? You might end up giving your entire lineup for this. Moose, on the brink of his life, will be able to make it back. No, he found Robo Z will come in for the cleanup. And Fantasy have found the 3. There is no buyback on any of these heroes, and the bottom tier 3s are completely open for Fantasy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
I'm not too sure if Torture Ninjas, for them that was the right play, but I suppose it was a Hail Mary play that they attempted to make. The Skywrath to hold his ultimate until the last second, but Robo Z able to find the cleanups. He is beyond godlike on this tiny 11, 2, and 12 on the kill feed. And the Mega Creeps have been secured, and Torture Ninjas, I think their run in this particular series against Fantasy is coming to a bittersweet end. PP goes in for another engagement, but it just pokes at the bear. It is mostly despair that Torture Ninjas have found themselves in, as it really seemed like with the way that game number 1 started, Torture Ninjas, they had the right approach. They were able to consistently outplay Fantasy, but Fantasy Gaming, after finding that comeback in that first game, they have been looking unstoppable. And now the BKB comes out from the Shadow Fiend. Saw it in that last team fight. Oops, my chair keeps crooking. But PP, oh, he's going to call it. He's going to call GG. They're not going to go for a throne defense. They are just going to call it quits.
dire victory.
31 minutes in, Fantasy Gaming take this series against Torture Ninjas, and Fantasy Gaming really coming out swinging in the second season of America's Convergence. I mean, in the first season, I will actually take a look, because I don't think Fantasy Gaming made it into the, or rather, they didn't make it into the playoffs, but they lost in the lower bracket quarterfinals against the AllStars, but really having improved upon their lineup quite a bit. They have picked up different players, of course, so there is a bit of a roster shift coming out for Fantasy Gaming, but this was a very convincing performance coming out by them. I would really like to see Fantasy Gaming go at it against Waska or OG Latin America, and we will see that, of course, in the later parts of the tournament. It is a round robin. Meanwhile, Torture Ninjas, this was their second best of 3. They played against Waska on the 3rd of September. They lost against them, and now they lose here today as well. But I do think that Torture Ninjas, considering how strong of a team they are, they should be able to find some more wins. Perhaps keep themselves calm and composed is going to be something that they need to work on, but I would expect that they take a lot of these series. Of course, guys, for now, this was it. We will see Torture Ninjas actually play tomorrow against OG Latin America, so they certainly do have a very stacked opponent against them, but here's hoping that Torture Ninjas will be able to come out with the very best against OG Latin America. Of course, it won't be tomorrow. I believe it will be day after tomorrow on the 10th of September. This for now, though, this was it. This was your host, Daltrus. I will be signing out, and I hope to see you guys on the 10th of September as OG go at it against Torture Ninjas. For now, I will be signing off, and thank you all for tuning in, and see you all later.